where it stops, no one knows. We're going head into the unknown. Na, 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 na.
Hello, good morning, everybody. Happy Thursday. Welcome back to I'm sorry, I started reading M's comment, and it just made me chuckle. Happy Thursday. Welcome back to Criminality, or if this is your first time here, welcome to Criminality. So we are covering the case of the state of Iowa versus Todd Mullis. We are currently watching the trial from 2019, and then we'll proceed into the appeal hearing, and then we'll the appeal hearing, and then we'll go to the post-conviction relief hearing that lasted about 6 days. So, Ems, you gotta, I don't know if you can block. I think everybody still shows up even if you block them. Hi, Thomas. Hi, Scales. Hi, Silly Goose. Hi, Indiana Girl. Is she? I haven't even looked. I guess I should look. Well, I can tell you, yeah, they're okay. If anybody follows Delphi, I think the world of Delphi social media is like in an uproar right now. There's so much happening with that video. Like, who would have ever thunk that 43 seconds in a video would have caused like the internet craze that it has? Nobody can agree on what it says. Nobody can agree on whether it should or should not have been released, apparently, which is also very interesting. Feeling feisty today. All right, I'm gonna have to go. I'm gonna have to go look at Twitter and see what's going on. It did. I think it broke the Delphi internet. So no, we never even got to the filings yesterday. I know. Oh, I know. And it's so crazy. So I think it broke the internet. But we're gonna go back to Todd Mullis, so we can maybe have a little bit of peace. But yeah, no, the video it's crazy. I watched it. I don't even know how many times last night. I feel pretty good about what I think is said in that video. I'm not sure at this point somebody else would be able to change my mind on what I think it says. So spill the beans because I don't have Twitter, Silly Goose says. Well, I think people are just discussing back and forth on what they think it says and what's going on, and then some of the very pro guilters are using the opportunity to trash the defense team, essentially just saying like, how dare they release this, which is I don't like to be mean to people, but it's moronic at this point, especially when it comes from people who are journalists and attorneys or claim to be, because yesterday we all became aware, maybe people missed it, but we all became aware that the judge approved the release of the unsealed exhibits. All we, the public, has to do is pay $25 for the thumb drive with a list of what we are requesting. The Bridge Guy video is not a sealed exhibit. Anybody who's listened to the court hearings, it's not a sealed exhibit. So that means that anybody who pays the court $25 and requests the Bridge Guy video will get that video. The only reason it was released by the defense team is because it's not sealed. and it's being released by the court. It's just the craziest shit. It's like anybody can just like freak out about like, oh, this crazy defense team and But all everybody's asked for is transparency and to be able to see what's going on. But I really feel like there's people who are like, since it didn't come from the prosecution, and we have a ton of prosecution shills, and they didn't get access to it first, like they do other pieces of evidence and leaks, that they're really pissed about it. That's how I feel. That's the only plausible explanation, because this group of people have no problem going live and discussing anything and everything they possibly can that they're told, under the cover of darkness. And now that the defense team came out and actually did something to release something without including the Ragers, people are mad about it. It's the silliest thing to me. The judge approved for it to be released. That's all anybody really needs to care about. Once the judge approved for it to be released, the defense released it for free. You don't have to pay anybody $25. I did see that Susan Hendricks on Twitter had made a comment about the release of this video and what it does to the families. I think that Susan may want to talk to, quote unquote, the families. Everybody likes to refer to the Patties as the families. The family, the Patties, said to release more. They've said it publicly in interviews multiple times. It's like people forget. And just because they want to be mad about something, they forget that the Patties said, release it. Release more. So it's like, I don't know. It's just silly to me. It's like, I don't know. Goodness, why do people insist on being controversial? These people have no problem as long as it comes. Exactly. That's how I feel. Why so much shame around evidence, right? I mean, and I know another channel who put it on their channel and was essentially like guilted into removing it. I'm like, what? So here's a thought question for T and NMSG. I heard the testimony of Tare, including the cross-examination, and was it just incredibly weak, or was it done in a style not to offend the jury? On I heard the cross-examination and was just incredibly. No, I think that the attorney's terrible. At the post-conviction relief hearing, he'll testify about how he essentially did nothing for Todd. So I think that a defense attorney he's really bad, Travis. I think he's just really bad. Okay, let's see. Let's get this party started. Another side note, so people who are really like pissed off about evidence in cases being released, the 911 call for Idaho 4 is apparently being sent to creators behind the scenes. So let's see what kind of outrageousness comes from that being released without it coming from an attorney. So, and these creators won't play it. They're just like, ooh, so, I got it behind the scenes, so I'm just about it. Well, I don't know exactly who sent it, so I don't want to say, but I have no proof, so I don't want to just say, but yeah, Carla, I hope he's okay, and no worries. I saw you pop in late. Tara needs to get bent. She's toxic as fuck. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, so the 911, no, it did not get sent to me, ironically. Right? You think that it was like, everybody thinks that I'm involved in all the leaky stuff. But no, I didn't get that one. I didn't get that one, but there are creators who have heard it and have gone and done lives talking about it, but they won't actually play it for anybody yet. I have not heard it. I read and watched Drunk Turkey, who apparently has it. Yeah, Sleuthy. She's the evil one. Her and her due processness. She's so bad. Ems, I'm sorry. I've done my best at cranking. I've tried with Karen Reed, Idaho 4, Delphi, Lori Vallow. I mean, holy shit. Like, shit is just popping off right now. And then here I am like, let's go back to 2019. I don't know. I think this is like more of my piece because nobody else gives a shit about Todd Mullis's case on YouTube. So nobody's coming to fight me about it. And I can just do it and talk to you guys and have like freedom. So yeah, so I would be expecting soon that you guys will hear the audio of Idaho 4. But I think the biggest thing is that we didn't get in the transcript for Idaho 4 was Hunter telling the girls to get out because he realized what was going on, because he's like, Xana, like, you know, like opening the door, and the other girls are apparently coming like up behind him or close to behind him, and he tells them to get out, or maybe they're coming into the house, back into the house. So that, I think that's the biggest thing, is the more you get to hear the more emotional side of Hunter Johnson, who's the one who killed. Oh my gosh, Teresa, that was not what I meant to say. Edit that out, rewind that, delete. Oh my goodness, I don't know what was going on in my brain right there. Who found Xana? Okay, hold on. Let me see what Travis says. Quite interesting, the culture of people who follow the case having the viewpoint they do on evidence motions, etc. As near as I can tell, it's from a couple of creators who said way back. It's the people that are upset about the Delphi situation and that video coming out are the people who didn't get it from the prosecution. That's the people that are upset. They weren't involved in the the release of it, and they feel powerless. Let me see. Criminality. Back to Delphi for a sec. Did you see her rulings? Not rulings. I did. The one is just nitpicky because of the timing of it, but it's, you know, it is what it is. They filed. I mean, they filed the appeal, but it's not technically. It's still. I mean, it's still under her purview because the transcripts and everything aren't done for the appeal, so it hasn't actually officially been released. I don't know. She's silly. Unethical to do quote unquote this, like describe crime scene photos on a motion to demonstrate to court why omissions are relevant and material. Travis, you're spot on. I don't. Hi, Joanna. People who are profiting from the state and their narrative, that's who's mad. I agree. That's the ones that are really pissed. Like, so T, let me ask you, if this is a fake video, what the fuck happened to Abby and Libby? I'm blown. I don't know that it's a fake video. It looks really weird to me. I mean, it looks like it looks odd, and it doesn't match really any of the videos that like we have of Libby recording herself. It's odd. I'll stick with it's odd for now. I don't want to go as far as to think that the video is fake. I mean, that's a lot. I know there's people who believe that, and that's fine. I mean, it is what it is. It looks weird. If somebody could prove that it was fake, like the whole thing was completely just faked, I don't know if I would like necessarily be surprised. But I don't know. I guess my brain can't go that far. I don't know. I don't know. It's weird. I don't know. But so that's the weird thing is like, so Brian, we were kind of talking about this too when it comes to the Snapchat filter, because apparently on the evidence side of things, it shows that the video's taken with the actual camera, not the Snapchat. It's not found in Snapchat. It's found on the phone and not in Snapchat, I guess. Without having these, this document or this extraction report, it's really hard because we're just kind of, I'm literally just repeating what we're being told. So I have no way to validate that. But if you look at the metadata of the video, it says it is from 2:13 p.m. or not, yeah, well, February 13th at 2:13 52. Even though the metadata shows it's over by the high school, not at the high school, which is what I think we all kind of assumed. It's over by the high school. I don't know. It's just kind of weird to me. And so for me, the metadata proves that this is not a different video. This isn't a changed video, right? I mean, with the metadata, somebody who's smarter in the tech side, you guys tell me. If I go and edit the video or enhance it or do anything like that, would it not create new metadata for that enhanced changed of video? You see what I mean? So if the metadata is accurate, this is showing that it's from February 13th. There's no way it could be anything else. We do not have timestamp for the photo of Abby on the bridge, but the photo of Abby on the bridge wasn't even found on the phone. That's my understanding, yes, but I have no proof of that, so I will not say that that's factual. But that is my understanding of what's going on. Can the metadata be manipulated? Shit, silly goose. You know me and my tech stuff. I ain't that fancy. I wouldn't know how to do that, but I'm sure that somehow people could. But I can tell you that at least 2 people sent me metadata from 2 different websites, and it is identical. So the metadata on the actual video would have had to have been manipulated, and not what's being shared publicly, if that makes sense. And I don't even know if you can. I don't know. I have no idea how that would work. It ain't me. I got nothing on that tech side. Let me see. Carla, I'm not opposed to there being somebody else at the other side of the bridge, but that one weird whisper that when I very first watched it before I went live, I thought was somebody closer to Abby. But after watching it and like in the editor and being able to zoom in on Abby's face, that whisper is like at the exact same time as her mouth is moving in what looks to be the same words. Once again, I'm not a lip reader, so take that for what you want too. And I mean, I'm definitely not going to argue with people about what they think they heard or what they didn't hear. Hi, Sleuth Investigates. We brought her back to Delphi. She was like, I thought I was done with this case. And she's like, damn it, now I'm back. Okay, so I think I hear Libby saying, this is the path that we went down or had done, where people think they hear that be a gun. I hear, so this is the path, and then it's like a break, and then it says that we go down. See, this is the path, ... that we go down. And I do understand right there that people think it says that be a gun or something along those lines, but phonetically that doesn't make any sense, and I don't know why anybody would say it that way. And what I hear is right in the context of what she's talking about, and then she essentially almost repeats that verbatim. It's not verbatim, but it's very close, when Abby runs past her, and then she's like, there's no path there, so we have to go down here. So I think it says that we go down. I don't think there's anything about a gun. I don't hear a gun racking. I don't hear a gun cocking. People want to keep saying that. I don't hear a gun racking. I hear a ton of gravel. I hear a ton of leaves. I don't think they were stressed or scared, but, and once again, this is my opinion too, is that I feel like they were kind of like, okay, dude, like, what are you doing? Like, like he's like, hey guys, and they're like, hi, like, okay, why are you talking to us? Like, are we gonna get in trouble? The biggest takeaway for me is we don't know if something transpired before that in the couple of minutes from the time that the metadata shows, Libby's bridge picture to the time that the metadata shows this video. Was something said? Did something happen? Was there some type of interaction? Or was he just walking faster than the girls? And so they were like, okay, like, dude, like, kind of back up off us. I don't know. It just felt like I didn't feel like they were scared or stressed. I felt like they were like weary. I think that might be the word that I want to say. Like, it's almost like, what's up, guy? But I'll be very clear. I also think that you can watch that video in two very different ways. And because Libby is the one taking the video, we'll never know the answer to which way it goes. It's going to be up to what you as an individual think. I believe you can watch that and think she got off the bridge as fast as she could. She turned on her phone, started recording because she didn't know what was going on with this guy. She starts to kind of walk away. She's holding the phone around her body so she can film behind her. And then as the person gets closer, she starts pretending to like talk to her phone like she's talking to somebody and doing something else. Like, so I can guarantee there's people who are going to think that like it was done intentionally, and this is what happened. And that's essentially the state's theory behind that video anyway. I also think that you could just be like, she's watching, she got off the end of the bridge, she turned around, went to film Abby, and she's like making like a little recording for somebody to show like, here's Abby getting off the end of the bridge, like he. And then, she turns around and she's like, okay, so like, this is where we go. And this is what we do. And she's like going to send that video to somebody or post it to like Snapchat or something along those lines. So people can think of it either which way, but you're never ever going to know because we can't talk to Libby, and she's the only one that knows why she did it. So if you think one way, you're welcome. You're welcome to your own opinion on it. I can see both sides of that coin. But I think for the fact that they push that narrative in court, I don't feel like that's, I mean, I guess that's their interpretation of evidence, which is what they're allowed to do. Hi, DB. I fell asleep all day yesterday. What I missed? You're such a liar. You know that the Delphi case broke the internet yesterday. And I'm sure, did you hear, DB, that the 911 call is being sent to creators in the Idaho 4 case? Where'd Hybrid go? She said something up here I wanted to see. Research is clear what the attraction to the genre is, why 2/3 plus are female, etc. It isn't justice for victims in any case. Oh, there you go. I do think it looks like a third shadow pops into the frame right before the video ends. Yeah. Some other people think they see a shadow earlier in the video. And I was like, where's Armchair Detective? Oh, wait. They took him off the internet. All my Watts people will know what that means. It sounds like the person overhears that they are trying to find the path. And he says, guys, like, hi, and says it's down the hill, i.e. path that they are looking for. Yeah. Where do I think BG is in the Snapchat pic of just Abby? My personal opinion has always been that he's behind Libby. I've always thought that he's coming up from the other side of the bridge. But we don't see him in the picture going forward, but time-wise, it makes more sense that at 2:05, he has time to walk from the south end to where he makes it to. I feel like he comes from the south side of the bridge and turns around and goes after the girls. That's what I thought about Bridge Guy. So I don't think you can see him in the Abbey pic because I think he's on the south side of the bridge behind Libby. I hear what they're claiming is the gun rack, but it's similar to the stick leaf noises earlier in the video. I let my husband listen to it, and he was like, and so like he pulled out like his and was like racking it, and he's like, I just don't hear that. And I was like, I don't hear it either. He's like, I hear leaves and rocks. I was like, yeah, you know, like you'd have to get like an audio person who wants to go in and try to like isolate different sounds. And I mean, I just don't, as much as I think that there are people on the internet who are good at that, I don't know how many I trust without watching their process. I'll just say that. So I don't know if I can just watch the end result of some of these creators, even if I do think they're good at what they do. I'd have to watch them do it to know that they didn't, because I don't trust them. And once again, as everything in the Delphi case, it all comes down to trust. And I just don't. There's people in this little mini, you know, Delphi world I just don't trust. The video does three things. One, destroys the fairy tale narrative that has been put forth for years. Two, raises more questions than it answers. And three, gives everyone more to argue about. Yeah, 100% correct. So I'm curious, share your screen and do it live, and I might think about trusting it. Yeah, that's one of the reasons I was doing it yesterday, because I was like, I want people to see anything I do in this, they're going to be able to see, and I'm going to tell them exactly what I'm doing. Because I don't want it to be in there, no funny business. No funny business going on. Hi, Schmid, by the way. I hope NASA and Disney were not paid for this shit they produced. Well, I'm curious, now that the defense has released the original BG video from the download of Libby's phone, are we going to get the two edited versions, the enhanced version and then the stabilized enhanced version? Are we going to see those? I agree. I don't hear a gun rack. I've done a lot to the audio. There's just nothing that sounds uniquely like a gun rack. That's where I'm at. I don't hear it. I'm no gun connoisseur. My husband is, so that's why I had him listen. I read like 1,000 comments yesterday on all of the coverage yesterday, and who knows how many live chat messages. I see no one saying it was clearly RA. Okay, so there was a gentleman who came into my chat at the very beginning of the live who just, I think he messaged probably like 10 times at least, and just repeatedly said, that's Richard Allen, that's Richard Allen, that's Richard Allen, that's Richard Allen, that's Richard Allen. And then I think Fiend ended up blocking him because that was dumb. So we already know many live for the funny business. Yeah, they like that funny business. So let's say that with 100% certainty there is racking of a gun on there. Does that change anything? The voice is the only thing relevant, isn't it? Is that him, not him? Why didn't the state demand exemplars? Well, I don't even know how relevant the voice is when the experts from the FBI said that you cannot compare that amount of syllables. There's not enough to have a clear voice comparison. I think probably, to me, the most important would have been the height. Why not go in and actually have the height, the height analysis done? I meyou have no problem spending $1 million on a Wabash River search, but you can't spend the 10 grand to actually figure out how tall the guy is. And not for nothing, They changed his height. So the original BG was between this and this, and then they changed it to being between this and this. So it's like they obviously weren't comfortable or guaranteeing that whatever guesstimate they had made, they weren't even comfortable with it themselves. Also, so Travis's question is like, is it important if we do hear a gun rack, or is it essentially irrelevant? Well, the unspent round isn't even at the bridge, which everybody's like, the confessions that only the killer would know. In Richard Allen's confessions, he's saying that he left a round at the bridge. So instead of people going, he's not telling the truth, they're like, there has to be another round out there because he said he left it at the bridge. It's like, why? It's never made. I know, Rexy, I know, I'll stop. It's never made sense that there was an unspent round at the crime scene, because the gun doesn't even need to be out to be racked at the crime scene, where he has the knife now and has 2 dead girls. What is he racking his gun for? That's just dumb. It just doesn't make any sense to me. Okay, and yes, Rexy, what about Mullis? That's what we're here for. Now we've spent so much time talking about Delphi because I can't get it out of my head. Okay. So Mullis, we are starting off with the forensic pathologist. So we'll see her at the trial here, and then we're also going to see her again testify at the post-conviction relief. So she's going to go over the autopsy. Will there be a Delphi Live tonight? I don't know. I might. There might be if there is a Delphi Live tonight, it would probably just be a chit chat and going over maybe there's nothing extremely substantial in the new documents, but so I don't know. I'm going to be doing Karen Reed, Law Junkie. I'm not going to do Lori Vallow. I already did Lori Vallow. And I may do like a video update on Lori Vallow as it's going on, but I'm going to do, I think Sleuthy and I have decided we're going to actually stream the Karen Reed case instead of watching it, taking notes, and then coming back later that night because it's just too time consuming. I think we've decided we're actually going to watch it. Lori's I'll go with the updates on Lori because I followed that case very closely and both trials very closely for Lori and Chad, and I want to make sure that I want to follow through and get for justice for Charles and Brent. I want to keep going, but to me there's just so much happening in that one. I feel like there's a lot of closure already, and so I want to kind of get closure on some of the other stuff. So we're gonna do Karen Reed. T, can you give us your Mullis progress report where you give your thoughts up to here? Well, I've watched this trial and I watched most of the post-conviction relief. I think Todd Mullis is 100% innocent. There's not even a doubt in my mind that this dude had nothing to do with the killing of his wife. I just don't think it had anything. I don't think he had anything to do with anything. I think it was a freak accident. I think his attorney absolutely sucks. When I watched it originally, I was like, this is an absolute injustice. This dude had nothing to do with anything, and now he's going to prison for the rest of his life. It's the craziest shit. There's no doubt in my mind that this guy has nothing to do with anything. Now, once again, everybody in chat, you're allowed your own opinions. I have waited and waited years. I've read all the documents leading up to his appeal. I've watched everything to do with his appeal. The thing is when I started this channel, this trial was already done, and we weren't going back to it. I wish I had paid more attention to when his post-conviction relief hearing was scheduled, because I would have done this prior to that for you guys. So, and the real victims here too are her kids, 3 children who lost their mom, immediately lost their dad, and then were sent off to live with their grandparents or grandma and step grandpa who hate Todd. And what a disaster for them. What a sad life. And they wouldn't let him talk to Todd. They didn't want him having anything to do with him because they thought that he killed their daughter. I think they still believe that, even though it physically makes no sense. Yeah, Rex Huerman, I try to watch the updates on that one. That one's just so complicated. I feel like with like Long Island serial killer, it's almost like you can hardly cover any other cases because there's so many intricacies to it. Only criminal in this case is fucking Terry. Now that I agree with. Okay, all right. So we're gonna start with biggest piece of evidence or not that leads you to knowing that he's innocent. The timeline. There's no way he could have gotten away from that barn in that amount of time. There's no way. And then if you go with just the whole theory behind it, the state's theory is that he wanted to kill his wife because he knew she was having an affair and she was going to leave him and he was going to lose the farm. Isn't that like the saying is like, you bet the farm? And yeah. Oh, I'm going to do Crystal Rogers too. Crystal Rogers will be after Karen Reed. So the state's theory is that he lures her to the red barn by asking her to get a pet carrier. After her like surgery where she's kind of tipsy, falling over, or getting dizzy out in the hog barn, so he's like, can you just get the pet carrier? So the state's theory is he lures her over to the red barn and then runs out of the hog barn over to the red barn, hits her a few times with a corn rake, leaves her there, runs back over, keeps working where Tristan doesn't know he's gone for 1 minute and 40 seconds approximately, and then tells Tristan, oh yeah, go over to the barn and see what's going on with your mom. She's alive, and then he's trying to save her. If he had actually saved her, who do you think she's going to say stabbed her if he did it? Why would he try to save her? Why would he not just carry on with working the rest of the day to make sure she was dead? Hi, Sleuthy. So for me, it's absolute lack of any evidence that he would have even been able to do any of that. And then when we get to the biomechanics of everything, in the post-conviction relief here, you're going to hear his height with her height and the width and area that she was killed in, that it would be impossible to swing a rake multiple times and have the wounds be as deep as they are. So yeah, I just think I don't even know why this guy even went to trial. I don't know why the state did this. It's like they just wanted him to go away for murder. No more Terry. Nope, Terry's done. Okay, here we go. So we are now at the forensic pathologist, and she is a piece of work.
State your name and spell it for the record, please.
Kelly, Kelly, Cruz, Kruse.
Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you.
Oh, you know what?
Cruz, what is your presentation?
If Terry's in post conviction, I didn't watch it. I did not see her in post conviction. But there's a couple days I didn't watch because that was when we decided we were going to go back and watch it together. So I stopped watching it so I could watch it with you guys. Crystal Rogers will be good, long overdue, but so glad it came full circle. Well, they still haven't found her, so that kind of sucks.
I am a forensic pathologist at the Iowa Office of the State Medical Examiner.
And Dr. Cruz, where did you grow up?
I grew up in San Diego, California.
So
And
happy.
you indicated what your title is. Would that be fair to say that you're a doctor?
Yes.
And what are you a doctor of?
I'm a doctor of forensic pathology.
And where did you go to school?
I went to undergraduate school at Tulane University. It's in New Orleans, and I majored in anthropology. And I went to medical school at St. George's University. It's in Grenada, West Indies.
And did you complete a fellowship or residency?
I did. I did an anatomic and clinical pathology residency at St. Barnabas Medical Center, which is in Livingston, New Jersey. And I did a forensic pathology fellowship afterward at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner of Maryland, which is in Baltimore, Maryland.
So who are you currently employed
By the Iowa Office of the State Medical Examiner.
and where is your office located?
It's located in Ankeny, Iowa.
And what is your actual specialty?
My actual specialty is forensic pathology, which is a subspecialty of pathology.
What is pathology?
Pathology is a subset of medicine where we study injury and disease processes and how those affect the human body.
And how long have you been employed where you're currently employed?
I've been at the State Medical Examiner since July 2018.
And you are licensed to practice medicine?
Correct.
And in what states are you licensed?
In Iowa.
And are you a board certified forensic pathologist?
I am. I'm board certified in anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology.
I know you told us what pathology is. What's forensic pathology?
So forensic pathology specifically looks at autopsies and how we use autopsies to determine cause and manner of death.
Approximately how many autopsies have you performed in your career?
As of today, I performed 606 autopsies.
Doctor, what is an autopsy?
An autopsy is a post-mortem
Autopsy.
examination of a deceased individual where we collect evidence, identify any injury, as well as disease processes that could lead to someone's death. And from that, we determine the cause of death and the manner of death.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that Dr. Cruz be qualified as an expert in the area of forensic pathology.
Mr. Firehelm? No, Judge. Okay, granted.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Dr. Cruz, we're going to talk about an autopsy that you performed on Amy Mullis.
Mhm.
And did you generate a report regarding that autopsy?
I did.
And would that report aid you in your testimony today?
Yes, it would.
Your Honor, I would ask that Dr. Cruz be allowed to refer to her report if she need to.
That's fine, you can.
Thank you.
Now, Dr. Cruz, you explained to us what an autopsy is, and can you explain to us how you actually perform an autopsy?
Sure. So first, the deceased person is brought into our office and we weigh them and we measure them in length. Then they're brought into the autopsy suite and we look and see if they have any clothing. If they do have clothing, we document that clothing, we take photographs, and then we remove the clothing. Once the clothing's removed, we look for any evidence of medical therapy. If they have any tubes in their mouth or any vascular catheters, we document those and then we remove those as well. Once all the extra things that are on the body have been removed, then we start our external examination. Here we go top to bottom, and we're looking for any sort of defining characteristics such as hair color, hair length, eye color. We look to see if the person has any tattoos, if they've had any surgeries and have subsequent scars. Then we also look for any evidence of injury. We document the injury, we take photographs. Once we're done with that external examination, we start our internal examination. So we perform a surgical Y-shaped incision, which is in the chest and the abdomen, and we reflect back the skin. That way we can look at the internal organs. Once we can see all the internal organs, we take each organ out one by one. We weigh each organ, and then we look for any evidence of injury or disease in those organs themselves. We also remove the brain as well. During the internal examination, we'll usually take fluids. We'll take blood, we'll take vitreous fluid from the eye, we'll take urine if it's available, and we'll send that for toxicology testing.
Dr. Cruz, did you perform an autopsy on Amy Mullis?
I did.
And was that performed on November 12th, 2018?
It was.
Where was it performed?
It was performed at the Iowa Office of the State Medical Examiner in Ankeny, Iowa.
Who was present for the autopsy that you performed?
So Travis Seemasath with the Delaware County Sheriff's Office was present at the autopsy, as well as 4 autopsy technicians who are employed by our office to assist with the autopsy process.
And how, if you can just briefly describe, how is the body brought to your facility for that autopsy?
So for each county, we service most of the counties in Iowa. Each county uses a different method to transport the body to our office. Some use funeral homes, some use ambulances. I'm not sure exactly in this case which one was used.
But it would have been one of those ways.
Exactly.
She doesn't sound, she's still nasally. I'm not going to say she's in the post-conviction hearing, she's still nasally, but it's no. She's got some thick stuff happening since 2019. Yeah, this is 2019 nose.
And prior to performing this autopsy, what information did you have?
So when an autopsy is called into our office, we'll get a little snippet of what kind of case it is. So I did know that this
God, I love you.
woman was coming in who had reportedly been impaled with a corn rake. Also, prior to the examination, I talked to Dr. Thompson. He is a county medical examiner. Each county has their own medical examiner who's not a forensic pathologist like me. They can be an emergency medicine physician or a family practice physician. They'll triage cases and do examinations for us out in the field and aid us with our process. So I spoke to Dr. Thompson, and he also informed me there was a woman who had been impaled with a rake, and he expressed concern for the amount of injuries. She showed both blunt force injuries as well as 6 puncture wounds on her back when the corn rake had 4 tines in it.
You know, they say people with these hooded eyes are like psychopaths and serial killers. I'm doing a body analysis like Holman does about how people lie. But that's what the studies show, is these overly hooded eyes. People can be killers, just FYI.
Now, you a moment ago briefly described what you do when you're conducting an autopsy. Is that what you did in this case?
I did.
So what part of that the exam for the autopsy would you have performed first?
So first, Miss Mullis was brought in. We weighed and we measured her. She was not wearing clothing. Her clothing was brought separately, so we didn't have to remove any. We did look at the clothing that she came with. They were all in separate bags. We photographed and documented them. She had a number of emergency therapy devices on her. Those were all documented and removed. I did a thorough external examination as well as a thorough internal examination. We also did toxicology testing on her. She did not have urine, so we just did it on blood and the vitreous fluid from the eyes.
And when you say an external examination, I know you indicated earlier that's a pretty much top to bottom observation.
Correct.
At some point, do you also take photographs?
We do. We take photographs of anything we deem important. We'll take photographs of tattoos, of scars, and obviously any injury that we saw. And there were a number of injuries on Miss Mullis that we took photographs of.
And Doctor, you did in fact take photographs, as you just indicated, of Miss Mullis.
Correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Dr. Did you have the opportunity to look through those pictures?
I did.
And are those the pictures that were taken of Amy Mullis's body on November 12th, 2018?
They were of her body and some evidence as well.
And are they a true and accurate representation of her body as well as the other items that you described?
Yes.
And before we get to the pictures, when you first performed the exam, did you also photograph the clothing?
Yes, we did.
And you indicated other evidence. Was there anything else you also photographed?
The corn rake in question was also photographed.
And you indicated what you do with the external exam. What do you do with the internal exam, specifically in this case?
So specifically in this case, since she had a number of external injuries, I wanted to look closely and see if any of those injuries corresponded to injuries in the internal organs as well. The injuries were confined, the penetrating injuries were confined to the chest region. So I did identify some injury to the lungs as well as blood in the chest cavities.
Doctor, I believe you indicated at some point in an autopsy, you generally look if there's any natural diseases.
Correct.
In this case, were you able to determine if there was any natural diseases?
Let me pause it right there for a second, because this is a good question. So is it possible that he shoved her and that she fell on the corn rake? So during this trial, from memory, because like I said, I haven't watched it for quite a few years now, but from memory, they're not talking about it being pushed like into her, like where she falls against it. They're talking about the force having to be basically that he would be swinging it at her multiple times. And now during the post-conviction relief hearing that we're going to watch probably next week, is that the prosecutors keep asking the witnesses, can you tell if he could have pushed it into her? Because now they know the biomechanics of the situation. He physically couldn't swing it, so they got to come up with a different reason. So it's like, could it have pushed into her versus like being swung into her? So the state even has essentially changed their theory for post conviction. So that well, Tiny Corn Week. I was taking pictures of it. Okay, so she's asking about if she had any health conditions.
In Miss Mullis's liver, she had a small cyst, it's just a little opening with some fluid in it. It was benign.
Did you believe that to be fatal in any way?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that State's Exhibits 49 through 65 be admitted into evidence.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. 49 through 65 are admitted.
And Your Honor, at this time, I would ask to publish them to the jury.
I will let you publish. Again, anyone who doesn't want to see these pictures or doesn't think they can see them, I'll give you a minute to either leave the courtroom or stand on this side of the courtroom. Counsel, you can go ahead and publish.
He's such a nice judge.
Dr. Cruz, you talked about some of Amy's injuries that you photographed. I'm going to show you. All right. Exhibit 49. Is this a photograph of Amy Mullis from that day?
Yes, it is.
And I see here there's what appears to be a ruler on her chest.
Yes.
And what does that indicate to you?
So we use a ruler for scale, and we also have a number on the ruler. That's our internal office number for organizational purposes, showing the year and what number autopsy she was that year.
And that's what's listed on that ruler?
Correct.
Now, can you describe what you see in this picture, please?
So on each of our decedents, we take a photograph. We call an identification photograph. We want just a photograph of the face. So this shows Miss Mullis's face. Coming out of the corner of her mouth is a breathing tube that was inserted during emergency therapy. And you can also see some injuries on her face as well.
And in this photo,
Streets of Bakersfield. Your name is Bakersfield. That's a very different, and you don't talk like this. There's no way. Very few people. I live here. There's very few people that actually talk like this. This is Super Valley. Plus the nasal has to do with her sinuses. There's no way you sound like this. Legal Lacey, you don't either. You do not. Oh, Reseda. What? Woo. You're going to have to send me a voice message, Legal Lacey, so I can hear you talk then. And you too, Bakersfield.
photograph, where do you see injuries on her face?
So she has a small abrasion or a scrape in the middle of her upper lip. And she also has a much larger abrasion or a scrape on her left side of her chin with a surrounding contusion or a bruise.
I'll show you State's Exhibit number 50. What is this a photograph of?
So this is a closer up photograph of the lower half of Miss Mullis's face on the left side. Again, showing that abrasion or the scrape in the upper lip and that abrasion and contusion on the left side of the jaw.
Now, we heard yesterday from Dr. Thompson, but just so that everybody's clear, what's an abrasion?
So an abrasion is a scraping of the skin that removes the top part of the skin, and it's indicative of blunt force injury. So you have an object that has a blunt surface to it, and the impact from that scrapes off that top layer of skin.
And what is a contusion?
Contusion is also a bruise, which also comes from a blunt object, and that indicates there's bleeding in the surrounding skin. So from that impact, the blood vessels burst and cause that bleeding.
Now, I believe you indicated blunt force injury or blunt force trauma.
Mm-hmm.
What is that?
So blunt force trauma comes from a blunt object, and it indicates crushing or tearing or scraping of the skin from the impact of that object.
Now, Doctor, I'm showing you State's Exhibit number 51. What's in this photograph?
So this is a close-up photograph of Miss Mullis's ear. On the top part of the ear, there's an abrasion or a scrape, and also on the earlobe and in front of the ear, we see more contusions or bruises. She also had contusions and bruises behind the ear as well.
Were you able to get a photograph of the contusions and abrasions and behind this ear?
No, we did not have a photograph behind the ear.
And you indicated those were those abrasions or contusions behind?
There were contusions behind the ear. She had earrings in when she came to our office, so it's reasonable to consider that her earrings hitting her ear or the back of her head could have caused that bruising.
Now I'll show you State's Exhibit number 52. What is this a photograph of?
This is more far away photograph of the top half of Miss Mullis when after she was cleaned and her medical therapy was removed. We can again see that blunt force injury on the face, on the lips, on the side of the jaw. And now we can see more injury on her upper chest and the top of her right breast. There's a bit of asymmetry to her breast because her right breast implant was injured during one of the penetrating wounds that entered her back.
Now I'll show you State's Exhibit 53. Is this a close-up of her chest area?
Correct. This is a close-up of the chest, highlighting those abrasions and those contusions or bruises that were on her chest and the top part of her breast.
And can you tell what these injuries are on her chest or where they came from?
So they again indicate some sort of blunt force injury. It could be during some sort of struggle, really any sort of impact with the blunt object. I can't say with absolute certainty where they came from, but they are a blunt force injury.
Doctor, I'll show you State's Exhibit number 54. What is this a photograph of?
So this is a close-up photograph of Miss Mullis's right hand. She has a number of abrasions or scrapes and contusions and bruises on the back part of her hand and in the knuckle region.
And State's Exhibit number 55.
This is a close-up photograph of her left hand. She has a few more of these abrasions or scrapes and also some bruising as well on the back side of her hand and in the knuckle region. These could potentially reflect defensive type wounds from a struggle.
State's Exhibit number 56. What is this a photograph of?
This is a close-up photograph of Miss Mullis's right knee. She again has more abrasions and contusions on the right knee.
State's Exhibit number 57.
This is her left knee. She has some larger abrasions or scrapes and multiple contusions as well.
Now, doctor, we talked about blunt force trauma. Can you explain what sharp force injuries or trauma is?
So in contrast to blunt force, we have a blunt object essentially hitting the skin. Sharp force penetrates the skin and cuts and divides as it moves through your body. You tend to have longer sort of injuries with a sharp force injury. We classically think of knives and things like that, but really anything that would be able to cut and divide the skin would be considered a sharp object.
Now, throughout your exam, did you then perform an examination of Amy's back?
I did.
Okay, so before we get into the puncture wounds, she has abrasions and contusions behind or on her ear area, her left ear. I think it was her left ear. Shit, I'm almost positive it was her left ear. Both of her hands, backs of her hands, and her knees. So they use that against Todd too. So just a heads up, kind of keeping track of those.
Showing you State's Exhibit number 58. What is this a photograph of?
So this is a photograph mostly of the right side of her back and the right side of her chest. Her right arm is in that top right portion of the picture. And here we see multiple sharp force injuries that I identified at autopsy.
And here, Dr. Cruz, how many sharp force injuries do you see?
We see a total of 6, which was the number that I identified at autopsy.
And just so we're clear, there's one right underneath, or on the picture on the right side, a small one underneath that appears to be arm.
Yeah, under the armpit area, she had one.
Doctor, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 59. What is this a photograph of?
So this is another photograph of the right side of her chest. Now in the rightmost portion of the picture, that's a chest tube. An incision was created and a tube was inserted during emergency therapy. And that's to get any sort of blood out that's potentially in her chest cavity. So that's not considered a wound. But right to the left of it is a sharp force injury.
And then would it be fair to say that the one you just described, you go to the left of that and you see a second one?
I do. So the first one on the right entered the chest cavity through the ribs, and that's the one that also exited the chest cavity on the anterior surface and punctured the right breast and breast implant. Then if you go more to the left, above the M on the ruler is a second sharp force injury. In my report, just for the purpose of organization, I made them A, B, C, and D. So the first one on the very right, I called puncture wound A. Then on the left, more left to it, is puncture wound B. So puncture wound B entered the soft tissue and the chest cavity in between the ribs as well. This one hit the right lung in 2 different spots. Then it continued on and went through the diaphragm, which is a bit of muscle that separates your chest cavity and your abdominal cavity. It went through the diaphragm and it also punctured the liver as well.
Now,
So-
if you keep going, do you see then what you classified as puncture wound C?
I do. So keep going left from puncture wound B is C. They're 2 almost on top of each other. C is on the top and D is on the bottom.
Would it be
So-
fair to say that according to the picture, C is a little bit smaller than D?
Yes, it does look smaller.
And what observations did you make in your exam of puncture wound C?
So puncture wound C injured the soft tissue of the back of the chest, the skin, the subcutaneous tissue or the tissue right under the skin, and the muscle of the back, but it did not enter the chest cavity.
And if you then go right underneath and a little bit to the left of that, would that be puncture wound D?
Yeah, right below it. So you have that long kind of reddish line, that's an abrasion or a scrape. At the bottom of that is puncture wound D. And like puncture wound C, puncture wound D only injured soft tissue. It did not enter the chest cavity.
Would it be fair to say that D then would be the lowest puncture wound that we see at this time?
Correct.
And puncture wound E, which one would you describe that being?
So at the very top part of the picture, you see the little bottom part of the last puncture wound, not counting that one, the leftmost puncture wound next to C is puncture wound E. So puncture wound E did enter the chest cavity, but instead of the right side of the chest, it entered the left side of the chest. It went through the soft tissue in between 2 ribs on the left side of the chest. It was actually so close to the spine region that it injured part of a vertebral body or that bone that makes up the spine and injured a part of that as well before it entered the left side of the chest.
Now, doctor, all the way up at of exhibit 59 on the top near the right side, do you see the edge of what you describe as puncture wound F?
Yeah, F actually was the only one that was on the left side of the back, and F entered the skin, the soft tissue, and it entered the left chest cavity as well. Neither of the ones that entered the left chest cavity injured organs in that cavity, but they did enter the cavity.
Now, doctor, I'm going to show you state's exhibit number 60. Is this a different view of the puncture wounds?
This one is, you can't see the one that's underneath her armpit very well, but you can see better the one on the left side of the chest that entered the left chest cavity. So you see 5 of the total 6 puncture wounds.
So in this photograph, we don't see what you classified as puncture wound A that's near that chest tube underneath her right arm,
Exactly,
but you do see the other 5.
correct.
So it's interesting that she had, and I forgot about this the other day when we were talking about it, that she had breast implants. But remember, her bestie Terry was like, Todd would only let them shop at like the secondhand stores. And she would always just go to the thrift store. She couldn't even buy clothes. So Jerry was like, I'm gonna buy you all kinds of clothes and stuff when we get out. Well, obviously, she spent money on herself. She got herself some boobies.
Now, doctor, based on your exam, could you tell which puncture wound was fatal?
So technically, any sort of penetrating wound like a puncture wound can be fatal. You can get an infection that can lead to your death that way. In terms of a more rapidly fatal wound, the 4 puncture wounds that entered her chest cavity were more likely to contribute to her death. So that would be A, B, E, and F.
Now, based on your exam, could you tell the direction of the wound paths?
So there were 2 different directions of the 6 puncture wounds. The rightmost wounds, A, B, C, and D, so the one by her chest tube underneath her armpit, the one left to it, and then the 2 that are on top of each other, those all go from back to front. So when we describe direction, we do it in terms of anatomic position. So anatomic position is with the person standing straight, looking straight forward with their feet forward. And then their hands are down by their side with their palms out. And so your thumbs are facing out. So with Miss Mullis in that position, those 4 wounds went back to front, right to left, and downward. The leftmost, E and F, also went back to front, right to left, but they went upward.
And what do those different directions indicate to you?
To me, they indicate that she would have to be impaled with the rake at least twice.
And when you say at least twice, can you tell exactly how many times she was struck?
I cannot. You could consider one penetrating wound for each of these injuries, but at least twice, possibly 3 times.
And why do you say possibly 3 times?
So puncture wound D, the bottommost puncture wound, if you think about the corn rake with the tines in succession, the one under her armpit, B and C tend to be in a line, and those all go in the same direction. That bottommost puncture wound also goes in that direction, but to consider that within the line of the tines on the corn rake is difficult. So to me, it possibly represents the 3rd strike.
So doctor, based on your exam, can you say that Amy Mullis's body was struck at least 2 times with the corn rake?
Correct.
Possibly 3.
Yes.
I don't think that they taught that in the law school that he went to. I don't think that they taught him how to object. I think I only know of I'm pretty sure I've only ever heard him object to one thing in the entire trial, maybe 2, but I can guarantee 1. That's it. Yeah, he just doesn't. He's over here just taking a little nappy. He's just blinking, and I happen to pause it there. He's not actually taking a nappy. But so A, B, C, and D all enter the body downward, while E and F are upward. It's interesting.
Doctor, what caused
He was hired.
Amy Mullis's death?
So thinking about the puncture wounds that enter the chest cavity, when something penetrates your chest and you remove that object, you create a hole that allows air to go into your chest cavity. When it also penetrates the chest cavity and goes through the soft tissue between your ribs, it injures blood vessels that are there. So she had the injured blood vessels in addition to her injured right lung, and that's leaking blood into her chest cavities. So the combination of the air and the blood put pressure on your heart and your lungs, which are in your chest cavities, and that pressure really restricts the function of your heart and your lungs, which are very important organs in your body. So without any sort of therapy to relieve that pressure, death will occur.
Now, doctor, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 61. What is this a photograph of?
This is a photograph of the corn rake that was brought to the autopsy suite, and it was a photograph we took of it.
Now, when you were talking about your exam and your belief that Amy was struck 2 or 3 times, you talked about the line. You indicated the line that the puncture wounds were in.
Exactly.
And did you base that exam on this corn rake that you were able to observe?
I did.
And did you take this photograph?
I did.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 62. This is just another angle of the corn rake.
It is. It's an angle emphasizing the curvature of the tines on the rake.
And I'll show you State's Exhibit number 63. I know you indicated that Amy's clothing was brought with her. Is that a yes?
Yes, it is.
You also took photographs of that.
We did. And so this was a sweatshirt that was brought in a separate bag, which we removed and documented and photographed.
State's Exhibit number 64. What is this a photograph of?
This is of a gray long sleeve shirt that Ms. Mullis was reportedly wearing at the.
She called the sweatshirt State's Exhibit 63, and then she just called this shirt State's Exhibit 64. There's 73 and 74.
Time she was injured, so we photographed this as well.
And State's Exhibit number 65. What is this a photograph of?
This is a pink jacket that Ms. Mullis was also reportedly wearing at that time. All of these the clothing items, the shirt, the sweatshirt, and the jacket all showed blood staining, which you can see on the left side of the picture, and they also had defects that corresponded to the wounds on her body.
Now, doctor, earlier when you were talking about in your testimony, I believe that you indicated that one of the purposes of an autopsy is to determine cause and manner of death. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what cause of death is?
So cause of death, it's an injury or it's a disease process that ultimately leads to someone's death. It can be an immediate death or it can be more delayed, but it starts a sequence of events that ultimately leads to someone's death. And there are numerous possibilities for cause of death.
And in this case, were you able to determine Amy Mullis's cause of death?
Yes.
And what was it?
Sharp force injuries of torso.
And you also indicated that your part of your exam is to determine the manner of death.
Correct.
And can you explain what that is, manner of death?
So we have less options with manner of death. We actually have 5. One is natural. So that's any sort of death that results from a natural disease process. It's really just describing the circumstances surrounding someone's death. We also have suicide, which means death at the hands of oneself. We have homicide, which is death at the hands of another. Accident, death due to unforeseen events. You can classically think of a car crash. And then undetermined. And that's when we considered all options. We performed a thorough examination, toxicology investigation, and we can't confidently say that their manner of death is one of the other four, then we say it's undetermined.
And in this case, what was the manner of death?
Homicide.
Now, Dr. Cruz, could you tell from your exam when Amy's blunt force injuries, the ones on her face, her arms, her knees, and her chest area, not the fatal ones in her back, when those would have been, when those injuries, when Amy would have sustained them?
So looking at blunt force injuries when we're trying to determine timing, we look to see if there's any sort of hemorrhage, which is bleeding around those injuries. You're going to have hemorrhage or bleeding when your heart is still pumping. And these all had associated hemorrhage. So I can say it either happened before her death or around the time that she was dying.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
This guy's like, is Amy dead? Yeah. Okay, no further questions. Thank you.
Doctor, yesterday when Dr. Thompson was testifying, he described the process in which, when the decision has been made to send the body to the state medical examiner's office, what protocol they go through.
Yes.
And you're familiar with that.
Yes.
One of the things I recall him mentioning is that her hands were bagged. Is that how she arrived at your office?
She did.
And what is the purpose of bagging hands?
So we classically bag hands if we want to maintain any sort of evidence that we think we might need. In cases where we think this might be a homicide or we think having fingernails might be important later on, we suggest bagging the hands. And this contains any DNA or evidence during that transport process that could potentially be lost when they're in the body bag, especially if there's a lot of blood involved.
When Ms. Mullis's body arrived at your office and you began your preparations, did anything that you did there include the examination or the attempt to retrieve evidence or see if any evidence may have existed in her hands, fingernails, that type of thing?
May I refer to my?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. So in terms of, I didn't do a gross examination of her nails to see if anything was underneath them, but we did do fingernail clippings where we take the top portion of the fingernails with a fingernail clipper and we put the fingernails and the clipper in a sealed evidence bag.
And why is that done?
So if we have concerns of a struggle and we think DNA might have come underneath the victim's fingernails from a struggle, taking fingernails might be useful in the investigative process.
Do you know whether or not the fingernails taken from Ms. Mullis were examined?
I do not.
Did anyone request you or anyone else in your office to do so?
I do not know.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
I told you, he doesn't ask her anything. No, and Fish, this is a great point. Nobody bothers to, neither side asks her about how many holes are in the shirt, how many holes are in the jacket, how many holes are in the sweatshirt. That's it. And she is much worse in the post. She gets very snotty. Okay, so let me pull some of this up real quick before we move on from her. I don't know how much we can actually see. It's too blurry. Okay, so that's the shirt. Then that's the sweatshirt. I think I have a better, and then the jacket. I think the jacket has the clearest where you can see the holes. I feel like I have a better picture. Maybe I don't. I thought we looked at a better picture the other day. Where the heck is that picture? I swear we looked at a picture the other day and it was much better. I don't know. Okay, so I want to walk through this again because we kind of did it before. But so this is the entrance to the red shed / barn. And so you go in and there's this walkway. Really, there's like your chemical bins. There's a walkway here. And then so that is the walkway there is this one. Where did it go? That's one of them. This is your turn. That's when you turn in. Where is the other photo? And then at the end of that little walkway, so imagine that down here on the bottom would be, you'd be walking down that little narrow pathway, right? This is the area she's found, is in this, essentially in this corner area. So there's that little round table-y thing, some empty jugs, an empty bucket, and the corn rake. So you turn right here. You turn right. So now this photo is like I'm standing where that little round table is. So you turn right here. And then I don't know if you guys can see it, but there's the pet carrier. You can see the rim of it. So this is the pet carrier that she was supposed to be getting out. And then here's the close-up of the pet carrier. I swear I used to have one facing the other direction, and I don't know what happened to it. Hopefully they show it at trial, because I had one from the person standing at this end facing the other way, and you can see that little round table. So if you're looking at the outside of that red shed / barn, where are you outside red / barn? So if you, here's the entrance. You would go in, go straight to the left. Over here in this little corner, you see that round table thing, and then that's where the rake was. And then you'd go straight back down that row. It's like a middle row. You go straight down that row, and on the left side would be where the pet carrier was. So she's found, when you go in the door, she's right here. Does that make sense? Okay. If I find that other picture, I'll show it to you guys, because it shows you, you can see how long that walkway really is. But essentially, the person taking that photo is standing over here by where the rake is. So this is the area she was found, is right here. Okay.
You, ma'am, you're
Thank
free to
you.
go. Please. Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat. State your name and spell it for the record, please.
Deb Sherbrink. Deborah, Debra, Schebring.
Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you. Ms. Sherbrink, where do you currently live?
Manchester, Iowa,
And how old are you?
62.
And which area did you grow up in?
Earlville,
Are you married?
yes,
And do you have any children?
4.
What's your current occupation?
I'm a environmental service manager at the Manchester Hospital.
How long have you been employed there?
Next year will be 30 years.
Now, Ms. Sherbrink, did you know Amy Mullis?
To see her.
And how was it that you knew Amy?
Amy worked in ER, and I would go in there and clean.
And when you say in the ER, was she worked in the emergency room
She worked in the emergency room as a nurse.
at Regional Medical in Manchester?
Correct,
The same place you've been at for 30 years.
correct.
Do you know when Amy started working there?
I do not know the dates.
Did you have a friendship outside of work, or were you social with Amy?
No, I was not. I see her in the hallways and small talk, nice weather, whatever.
And at some point, did Amy stop working at Regional Medical Center?
Yes, she did.
Do you know when that was?
I do not.
After Amy stopped working there, did you maintain a relationship or friendship with her?
I did not.
Did you see her at all in that time?
I would say in the last 5 years, I might have seen her once or twice at my granddaughter's ball games.
Now, Ms. Sherbring, sometime at the end of August 2018, do you remember a phone call that you had with Amy?
Yes, I do.
Where were you at when you had that phone call?
I got off work that day, probably around 2 or 2:30. I was home and on my front porch working with flowers, and I received a phone call.
Do you remember what time of day it was?
I'd say 3:30, 4 o'clock in that area.
And was anybody else present with you when you received that phone call?
No, I was home alone.
Did you have Amy's number in your phone?
I do not.
What happened? Did you answer the phone call or did you get on the phone?
I received a phone call and I was outside and I couldn't really see who called. I did not have my glasses on. So when I picked up the phone, Amy was on the line.
Did you recognize Amy's voice?
She was crying hard and screaming and all frustrated. And I did not know for sure if it was one of my kids. And so I asked who this was and she said Amy Mullis.
Did you continue to talk with her?
Yes.
What would you describe her demeanor as when you were on the phone with her?
She was just very upset.
What was Amy saying?
She asked me if I hear any rumors about her, and I said no, I did not. And being as I worked at the hospital, she was crying that she said she was having an affair, and it wasn't true. And if I heard any rumors at the hospital, please stop them. I did ask if I was saying something, and she said no, but being you work there, I think you hear things, and please stop them for her.
Do you know why Amy called you?
I do not know. I thought because, I don't know. I think she was looking for someone that worked at the hospital.
Because prior to that,
Weird. They don't really have a friendship. They've seen each other at the hospital. And Amy calls her to tell her that there's these rumors about an affair and they're not true, and to please stop them if she hears them there. But she's not really friends with this lady. She has no, like, this lady's like, I have no, like, are you hearing that I said something? Like, this is all so weird. Why is this lady calling me and telling me about rumors that she's having an affair?
had you heard any rumors that Amy was having an affair?
I did not.
During that conversation, what did Amy say anything additionally to you?
Yes, Amy was all upset and she was crying that if her husband Todd would find out that he would kill her. And she kept screaming that several times. And then she said,
Dang.
If Tristan,
Weird.
you do not know what it's like to have Tristan tell you if Dad finds out you're going to have an affair, he'll kill you. And then I did not know who Tristan was.
Did you say anything to Amy at that point?
I asked who Tristan was, and she said my son. And so
Did you know?
This
Did
is
you know
weird.
who Todd was?
I knew who Todd was.
How did you know who Todd was?
Todd went to school. He's a little older than, I think, my son. So they went to the same high school.
While Amy was saying these things to you, did she remain hysterical and upset?
Yes. Sometimes I could not understand what she was saying.
No, I know that you indicated that you asked her what her name was, and she said it was Amy Mullis.
Correct.
And while you continued your conversation with her, did you recognize her voice?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Cross-examination?
It's weird that she doesn't even know this lady really. So she's like telling her my husband's gonna kill me if he hears a rumor that I'm having an affair. My husband's gonna kill me. That's nuts.
Ma'am, how many years do you work at the hospital?
Next year will be 30.
So you were working there during the years that Amy worked there.
Correct.
We understand from other testimony that she left her employment there approximately 5 years ago. Does that sound about right?
I would not know. There's 400 employees and I don't know when they come and go.
All right. You indicated that,
Oh yeah, that's the other point. Is she hadn't even worked at the hospital for 5 years. So it's not even her work anymore. This lady hasn't really even seen her besides like some of the kids' baseball games or whatever. Like, it's not even her work. She doesn't even work there.
when she called you all upset about this, that you had not heard any rumors about her.
I did not.
And you don't know why you were picked out to be called by Amy?
I do not. The only thing I can think of is because I worked there and she repeated many times, if I hear anything at the hospital, please stop it. And so I figured she was just looking for someone that worked where she used to work.
And you don't know why she was concerned about these rumors?
I do not.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You can
Thank you.
step down. Please state your name and spell it for the record.
Angie Burr, ANGIEBURR,
Make sure you speak into that microphone so we can hear you. Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you. Ma'am, how old are you?
35,
And what area do you currently live in?
Earlville,
What area did you grow up in?
Earlville,
What is your current occupation?
a lab tech,
Where do you work at?
Manchester Family Vision Center.
And are you married?
Yes,
Do you have any children?
3,
And how old are they?
11, 7, and 6.
Did you know Amy Mullis?
Yes.
How did you know Amy?
Our daughters are friends.
When you say your
We
daughter,
friends, and then was friends with her at the time.
Amy's daughter Taylor
Yes.
was friends with your daughter?
Yes.
What's your daughter's name?
Malia,
And how old is Malia?
11.
Did you and Amy become friends?
Yes.
And how long have you and Amy been friendly or friends for?
5 years.
Did you know Todd Mullis?
Yes.
How did you know Todd?
I just knew of him. We went to school at Coconut Valley.
When you say you were friends with Amy, what kind of things would you do together?
We went to movies. We went out to eat. We went to the pool together. We went to each other's houses,
How would you communicate when you would talk with Amy?
usually on the phone
Did you ever hang out with Todd Mullis?
with Amy.
And in what capacity?
When we would go to, I think 2 times we went out to eat, and then a couple of times we went to on the hill. They had bonfires.
Do you remember a day in the fall or near the fall of 2018 when Amy sent you a text message?
Yes.
Do you remember what day that actually was?
No, I do not.
Do you remember, what do you remember about it?
It was like football season for high schoolers.
And do you recall, was school in session or was it summer break?
School was in session.
And I know you indicated that you would usually talk to Amy. Sometimes you text as well.
Yes.
And you received a text message from Amy that day.
Yes.
And what did it say?
Call me.
What did you do then?
I called her.
And when you called Amy, what did you observe?
She was upset. I could barely understand her. And she was crying because Tristan did not want to get on the bus that morning because he didn't know if she was going to be there when he got off the bus. And said that Todd found out about an affair and she wanted the rumors to stop.
Now, during this conversation, what was Amy doing?
I have no idea where she was at.
I'm sorry, what were you observing of her behavior?
She was upset and hysterical, and I just couldn't hear. All I could hear was she said something about Tristan not wanting to get on the bus and something about an affair, and she wanted it to stop. And
Did you know what rumors what Amy was talking about?
no,
Did she say anything to you at that time about having an affair?
just that the rumors needed to stop.
And did she refer to what the rumors were?
An affair.
Now, Ms. Burr, another time were you at a bar with Amy where you had a conversation with her?
Yes.
And do you recall when that conversation took place?
When?
Yes.
It would have been winter time on a Friday night.
So would it be, Amy's death was in November 2018, correct?
Yes.
Would it have been the winter before that?
Yes.
And do you recall what month it would have been?
It was probably one of the first Fridays in January.
And was anybody else present for that conversation?
No.
What, if did Amy relay any information to you about her relationship with Todd?
She said she could never leave him because she didn't want to leave the kids.
And did she tell you if she was happy or unhappy?
She said she was not happy, but she wasn't going to leave him because she didn't want to leave the kids.
Isn't it weird that, like, she doesn't want to leave the kids? Like, how many, like, I've not been through a divorce, but I just think, like, if I was going to go through one, I wouldn't be thinking, like, I can't leave my husband because I don't want to leave my kids. Like, why am I not taking my kids with me? This is so weird. And obviously she's planning on leaving. And even in this conversation she's having with Angie, Tristan thinks she's leaving and that she's not going to be there when she gets back, or when he gets back from school. Yeah, if I think I'm leaving my husband, I'm thinking my kids are coming with me. I wouldn't be like, I'm not leaving my husband because I don't want to leave my kids. Why are my kids not coming? I don't know. That's just weird. She wanted to leave and she was leaving her kids there. So like this is all I, I'm very curious what people really think about this Amy lady, because she was planning on leaving and going and starting a life with Jerry and not taking her kids with. Does anybody question that at this point? Like, she wasn't taking them and she was going to go start a life with the guy she was having an affair with. She no longer wanted her family, which is why Todd, quote unquote, had to step up and became super dad, because she didn't want anything to do with them anymore. Maybe she knew she'd have to live somewhere. Okay, so then I'll take it back another step. How does it make sense then that Todd would have to kill her so he could keep the farm? If all the rumors that he's hearing is that she's leaving him, right? She's going to leave, she's moving out, she's going to get a divorce. He gets the farm and the kids. So he doesn't need to kill her because he's going to get the farm. She's leaving the farm. Yeah, and she'd leave her kids there with somebody she's supposedly terrified of. You know what, Rachel? That's a great question. I don't recall ever watching a juror interview. Let me do a Cecil and I'll let you know.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Excuse me, Ms. Brewer, how did you and Amy become friends? I mean, how did you cross paths?
Our daughters became friends.
And about how far back would you say it went when it became just your daughters being friends to where you and Amy as parents became friends?
2 years.
And at least on a couple of occasions that involved you and your spouse and Amy and Todd going out to dinner,
Yes.
and your family being invited to some ground where they'd have bonfires.
Yes.
That was on the Mullis farm.
Yes.
And you're saying that this call that you got from Amy where she was frantic, upset and talking about rumors, your best measuring stick is that it was school was in session and probably football season.
Yes.
But you're telling the jury today you had no idea what she was talking about.
No.
That's all I have. Thank you, ma'am.
Nothing further, Judge.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You're free to go. Record, please.
Jerry Frazier,
Jerry, Jerry, watch this one.
J-E-R-R-Y-F-R-A-S-H-E-R.
Let me skip it.
Go ahead, Counselor. And affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Go ahead and have a seat. State your name and spell it for the record, please.
Patricia Christopherson, Patricia Christopherson.
Go ahead, Counselor.
Thank you. Patricia, how old are you? 30. Where do you currently live?
Ankeny.
And where are you from?
I'm from Garner.
Are you employed?
Yes.
What do you do?
I'm an office manager at Memorial Services of Iowa
And where's that located?
in Ankeny.
And who do you live with?
My husband and my daughter.
How old is your daughter?
3.
Did you know Amy Mullis?
Yes.
How did you know Amy?
My husband and my family, we live next to Amy's mom and stepdad,
And what are their names?
Randy and Peg.
And is their last name Munson?
Munson, yes.
When did you, if you recall, when did you first meet Amy?
I don't remember the exact timeline, but it was shortly after my daughter was born. My daughter took to Randy and Peg like Nana and Papa, so we would go over there a lot. And Taylor came down for tumbling, and so then they started coming down more frequently.
And when you refer to Taylor, is that Taylor Mullis?
Yes,
And is that Amy and Todd's daughter?
correct.
And when you say she was tumbling, do you know what kind of tumbling she was involved in?
Gymnastics of some sort. I don't. know what the term may be.
And would Amy often come with her when she had tumbling or gymnastics competitions?
Yes.
How often would you talk or communicate with Amy?
On a weekly to every other day basis,
And how is it that you would communicate?
usually through text messages.
Is there times you would also see Amy?
Yes.
And how did that happen?
We would hang out next door at Randy and Peg's, play cards.
And would that be when Amy came into Ankeny and stayed with her mom and stepdad?
Yes.
Did Amy confide in you?
Yes.
And what kind of things would you and Amy talk about?
We would talk about their marriage, their kids, life in general between both of us.
And when you say their marriage, do you mean Amy and Todd's marriage?
Yes.
In June 2018, do you remember starting to talk to Amy a little bit more about her marriage and what was going on in her life?
I do. Yes.
And do you remember the first time that you started talking about that?
It was on June 28th. She said she needed to unload, and I asked her about what. I said marriage or kids, and she said her marriage. She wasn't happy in her marriage, and she hadn't been happy for many years.
Patricia, where did this conversation take place?
Through text messages.
And did Amy tell you anything else at that time?
This is the first time she told me that she had an affair 4 years ago, and then she also told me that she was currently having an affair as well.
And did she tell you anything about the person that she was currently having the affair with?
She told me that he was their field manager.
And did Amy tell you whether or not she had any type of plan for her future?
He made her happy. She had talked about wanting to get married eventually with him.
And with him, do you mean the person she was having the affair with?
Yes.
And did Amy ever talk to you about her children?
Yes.
And around that time in June 2018, do you remember having a conversation with Amy about the kids?
I believe so. I don't remember specifically.
Did you ever have a conversation with Amy about Tristan?
She said Tristan was becoming a lot like Todd.
And did she say anything else about that?
I don't recall.
Do you remember in July having another conversation with Amy about her affair with Todd?
Yes.
I'm sorry, about her relationship with Todd.
Yes.
And was that in person or text message?
Text message.
And what did Amy tell you at that time?
She said things weren't getting any better. I can't remember exactly what else was said. Can you refresh my memory?
That right? She's just out there telling everybody. She's like, I'm having an affair. I'm having an affair. Oh my God. And then she's like, don't, there's rumors about me. And if you hear that I'm having an affair, like, can you please stop those rumors? It's like, this is so weird. Is that what she said, Silly Goose? Did I miss that? Does she? Did she say that? Thank you, Melissa. Look at dropping 10 memberships for you guys. Things aren't getting better in your marriage because you're sleeping with Gerald. Oh, you looked on her Facebook page? Oh, shit. She does? Well, that's interesting. Let's see if her name pops up any other time then. Patricia Christopherson.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Patricia, I just handed you State's exhibit number 6.
Her husband is the lead guy who said it was suspicious. I thought his name was Thompson. Maybe I'm misremembering. The one that called the medical examiner and was like, we think it's murder. I don't remember. Maybe his name wasn't. Maybe I'm just mixing up a name. You might be right there. That's weird. Okay. All right.
68, I believe. Is that right? Can you look through that? I think you are. Can you look through those briefly and then look up when you're done doing that? Can you look through
I can't remember.
anything else?
I believe so. I don't remember specifically.
Did you ever have a conversation with Amy about Tristan?
She said Tristan was becoming a lot like Todd.
And did she say anything else about that?
I don't recall.
Do you remember in July having another conversation with Amy about her affair with Todd?
Yes.
I'm sorry, about her relationship with Todd.
Yes,
And was that in person or text message?
text message.
And what did Amy tell you at that time?
She said things weren't getting any better. I can't remember exactly what else was said. Can you refresh my memory?
Yes. She did say that. She said, I don't remember. Can you refresh my memory? So this chick, now I remember who she is. This is the chick that can recall every like detail of a conversation she had with Amy, like when she's talking to Amy, but she can't recall what was in the text messages and has to have her memory refreshed. Now I remember exactly who she is. So, but she can like quote verbatim what Amy told her over the phone, but if it's in a text message, she doesn't remember it and needs to read it.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Patricia, I just handed you state's exhibit number 68, I believe. Is that right? Can you look through that? I think you are. Can you look through those briefly and then look up when you're done doing that? Sorry, were you able to look over what I just handed you?
Yes.
And what is it?
These are text messages between me and Amy, referring to July 5th.
I agree, MB. I agree. I'm like, how this doesn't make sense. That her personality is fucking weird. So Amy says, yuck, never rode that much in my put together. I don't know. And then on July 5th, thinking of you, hope you have a marvelous day. Patricia says, thanks. How are you doing? Amy says, not getting any easier. I don't know what to think. Okay, Patricia says, I'm sorry, he must be blind or just not care about how you are feeling. Amy says he does, but doesn't feel like it. He doesn't trust me at all. Didn't show him a text I had sent you, and that has him worked up. Patricia says, oh goodness, does he want a divorce? He doesn't trust me at all. I wonder why.
She said things weren't getting any easier, and I said to her, he must be blind or he doesn't care how you're feeling.
Now, let me just ask you a few questions. You had a chance to look at, I believe that's State's Group Exhibit number 68 is several pages, is that correct?
Yes.
And have you previously seen copies of the same things that I just handed you?
Yes.
And do they appear to be text messages between you and Amy Mullis?
Yes.
And were those, did you actually give these text messages to the police in this case?
I did.
And after you looked through them, are they a true and accurate copy of the messages between you and Amy Mullis?
They are.
And those start in June 28th, 2018.
Correct.
And they go until November 2018.
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask to admit into evidence State's Exhibit number 68.
Any objection? 68 is admitted.
And Judge, I'm not going to display all of them because they're very large. I would just ask that the witness be allowed to refer to them if she need to.
That's fine.
Now, Patricia, in that July 5th, 2018 conversation, did Amy tell you anything else about her relationship with Todd?
She said he didn't trust her.
And did Amy say anything to you around that time about a divorce from Todd?
I mentioned if she wanted to get a divorce.
And did Amy respond to you?
I asked Amy if Todd wanted to get a divorce, and she said no, because only reason is he would lose half of everything, and it is socially unacceptable.
And did Amy indicate to you whether or not she was planning on working it out with Todd or if she was done?
She said she was done.
Did you guys talk about anything else in that same conversation?
We talked about them making plans to get a divorce after Jerry's daughter graduated from high school.
Now, Patricia, do you remember another conversation that you had with Amy also referring, around the time that her grandmother was sick?
Yes.
And was that conversation in person or text message?
There was both that day.
And I don't know if you could find it in the text messages in front of you. I think it was near July 26, 2018.
Yes.
And were you aware that Amy's grandmother was sick?
Yes.
And that was in the end of July 2018?
Correct.
And what was your conversation with Amy at that time, or what was the context of it?
She said shit was going to hit the fan because Todd had called Jerry's wife.
Did she indicate to you anything additionally about her plan to leave Todd?
At that time, no.
Did she, when you say that she said shit was going to hit the fan, did she say anything else about Todd in your text messages?
Yes, Soulshine, the prosecutor, was friends with Amy and the family. They've been to the farm multiple times for parties.
I don't see anything.
Around that same time, did you have an in-person conversation with Amy?
Yes, we did.
And where did that conversation take place?
It took place on Randy and Peg's deck.
And do you recall when that conversation was?
It was July 26th that evening.
Was anybody else present for that conversation?
No.
And what did you and Amy start talking about on that day?
I asked her why Todd would want to call Jerry's wife, and she honestly had no idea. I told her that Jerry must have done a good job covering it up if his wife still didn't expect anything. We went on to have a conversation about that Todd gave her $1,500 to do whatever she wanted with it, and I suggested to her to save it for divorce fees. And
Wait, Todd gave her $1,500 to do whatever she wanted with it? And the other friend thinks that Todd won't let her buy any clothes except for at the thrift store, the secondhand store. That's crazy.
she went on to tell me that Todd did not allow her to have a debit card, only checks and a credit card. She went on, I asked her why she stayed, and she said she was scared of Todd, and if he found out about wanting a divorce or an affair, that he would kill her.
Did she tell you?
She is absolutely setting him up. Like, was she planning like some type of Gone Girl thing? Why is she telling everybody that Todd's going to kill her? Todd gave me $1,500, said, go do what I want with it. Todd bought me my boobies. Todd's letting me go hang out with all my friends, yet he's super controlling. He goes out to dinner with my friends. We play cards and we do all this stuff with the neighbors. But I'm not allowed to do anything. Like, what is going on here? Like, was she gonna run it? Yeah, was she gonna Gone Girl this situation? Exactly. Because she just keeps telling everybody that he's gonna kill her. I mean, when I really thought my ex-husband would kill me, I didn't do anything. I tried to anticipate what would make him mad, so I didn't do it, even breathing too loud. But she just kept cheating. Right. She has all this time on her hands to go out and have sex with Jerry 100 times. I'm not. Why is she trying to make it look like he's going to kill her? And why are these people like so... Nobody has any history of this guy doing anything to her, to anybody else, to his kids, nothing. And everybody's just like, yeah, he's dangerous. He's going to kill her. But yet she's like, yeah, it's okay. I'm still going to go ahead and I'm going to go to lunch with my friend Terry, and then I'm going to go bone Jerry some more.
Tell you anything else about if anything ever happened, or if she ever went missing, what to do?
She told me, don't be surprised if Todd did something.
Now, when Amy told you that she was scared of Todd, were you surprised to hear that?
Yes.
Why?
I didn't know Todd. I only met Todd twice. And at that point, I had no idea who Todd was. I didn't know his personality. I just knew that Amy was scared of him. He had a bad temper, and that's all I knew.
And you didn't learn that information until July 26, 2018.
That she was scared of him.
Yes.
Correct.
And when you say you've met Todd twice, what are the 2 times you've met Todd?
I met Todd for the first time at Amy's grandmother's visitation, and then I met him again at Amy's visitation.
Now, did you also have some text conversations with Amy on August 1st, 2018?
Yes.
And what were the nature of those text messages?
She was telling me that she was going to meet Jerry and Albert Lee because he was judging pigs up there. She just wanted to let me know where she was, so somebody knew.
Now, in the months of August and September, did you still communicate with Amy?
Yes,
And was that by way of text message?
usually.
And sometimes in person when she would come to Ankeny?
Correct.
And during those months in August and September, would she still talk to you about her relationship with Todd and with Jerry?
Yes.
Around October 15th, 2018, did you receive some messages from Amy?
Yes.
And what were the nature of those text messages?
She had just left Ankeny after being with her uncle. She texted me and told me,
Why can't you remember what the text messages say, girl?
that she
Why
went
do
to
you have
Todd's mom's
read them?
house to pick up one of the kids, and Todd's mom got upset with her because she felt like Amy was enabling her mom to be the way that she was enabling her, and that her mom should be over her mother's death by now. And she tried to grab Amy's arm and told her to get the hell out of her house. And then she tried to tell her that she could not take Wyatt with her.
And is Wyatt?
Totally different story than what she told Terry. Different story than what she told Terry that Todd's mom said. It's not the same story. She told this Patricia lady that that Amy's mom should be over her mom's death by now. But remember, she tells Terry that Todd's mom said that who cares about the uncle? Some, people like that can just get tied to a bed.
One of their children as well.
Yes.
And did Amy tell you anything that she said to Todd after that happened?
I asked her what Todd said, and he did call her and stick up for her.
And that's what Amy told you, correct?
Correct.
And did Amy also tell you that she told Todd that if he ever does anything like this again, she'll take the kids and be gone?
Yes.
Now, in October 2018, did you continue to have conversations with Amy in text and in person?
Wait. She told Todd if anything like this happens again, she's going to take the kids and be gone. Because his mom said that her mom needed to be over her mom's passing. Does nobody look at this chick and be like, you don't even make any sense.
Yeah, things started to slow down after that.
And when you say slow down, what do you mean by that?
We just didn't talk about Jerry or Todd anymore. I tried to refocus her to, we tried to be active together, tried to be an accountability partner to work out. So I tried to focus more towards that rather than the negative that was going on.
And on November 6, 2018, did you have a conversation with Amy?
Yes.
And what was the nature of that conversation?
That was the day she had surgery. I texted her and told her good luck.
Did you have any contact with her after that?
Very little.
Did she send you on November? When was the last time that you guys exchanged text messages?
She sent me a picture of the bruise on her arm from the IV, and that was the last text message that I got from Amy.
And that was on November 9th, 2018?
Correct.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Why does it say hubby?
Cross-examination.
They in a group message because it says hubby here. It says dang. Who else is in this message? It's weird. Okay.
Ma'am, I believe you said that you've only met in person Todd Mullis twice.
Correct.
And what were those occasions?
Amy's grandmother's visitation and Amy's visitation.
Time-wise, minutes, hours, how much time did you spend with him?
Minutes.
So your assessment of Todd as a person is based on those two observations and what Amy told you about him.
That'd be correct. I'm
looking at the very first text on June 28th on Exhibit 68. It says, it's from her, from Amy. Next time I come, we are getting our tats. Ohana.
Yes,
What's Ohana?
it means family in Hawaiian.
So that was a tattoo design thing?
We went to Florida early in June, and we just talked about wanting to get tattoos, and we wanted to get Ohana.
Who went to Florida in June?
Myself, my husband, Randy, Peg, Amy, Taylor, and Wyatt.
Do you know how Amy had researched or looked for this Ohana tattoo thing?
It was something we discussed in Florida.
Fun trip. You got to go
Looking
to Florida?
through a
Controlling husband let Amy go to Florida with the kids? Wow.
number of texts where you talk about just girlfriend type things, some about her marriage, her relationship with Jerry. I'm looking down to August 30th. Can you go there? Up at the top of the page, there's like a page number 35 in big black numbers.
Okay.
Looks like the message from her to you, and this is the first one since, according to this printout, since August 17th. This is August 30th at 4:22 p.m., right?
Yep.
Thinking of you, GF, hope it's going well. You responded. She says, fun, as good as I can, had some ups and downs, but Jerry and I are good. Got to find a weekend to get our tats done. Still can't decide on wrist or neck. That's this Ohana thing, right?
Correct.
How are the kids doing? She says, pretty good. Boys hate school, of course. That's not new. You laugh. And that's the end of that conversation.
There you go. There you go, Thomas. Do you need eggs or any other goodies? Are you going to make guac dip? So, yeah. So she gets offered the eggs too. Oh, then there was another one. But are we convinced that the procedure was for bleeding, or was it? Well, this has been speculation for years now too. When Todd ends up testifying, he says that she had a DNC. Now, when Terry testified, she said that it was an ablation, which is two different procedures. But she was saying that Terry told her that that's what it was, and she had one herself, so they were talking about it. So why is she telling people she's having multiple different types of procedure? I don't know. And then she said that she has she's like excess bleeding all the time, and this is why she has to have this procedure. But she's good to have sex 100 times with Jerry. So not sure how much bleeding is going on. I don't know. That's weird. Yeah, she does. She needed eggs. She needed 5 dozen eggs. I don't know what the fuck you're gonna do with 5 dozen eggs, but hot diggity damn. Said I'm not sure what I'm gonna make yet.
Did she tell you that on or about this same day or the day before that she was calling people at the hospital back in Manchester and calling other people just frantic, crying, upset that there were some maybe rumors about her affair with Jerry?
I was not aware of that, no.
So on the 30th, everything seems hunky-dory.
To the text messages, yes.
And then it looks like a lot that what follows starts to deal with this uncle's health problem, right?
Correct.
And you were a supporting person for her during that period.
Yes.
She got upset because Todd's mother chastised her for not being around.
Yes.
Did she tell you that Todd stood up to his mother and defended her about that?
I asked her what Todd said, and she did say that Todd called her and said that wasn't appropriate.
Okay. And this would have been somewhere around the middle of October.
October 15th.
Okay. Then it looks like on November 1st, now it's on page 60, that big black number up in the corner.
Yes.
Basically, she's really sharing with you that she's having some medical issues.
Yes.
And then that carries over to November 6th when she had that procedure and you checked in on her.
Correct.
Hold on. Let me back that up. I want to see that other message. It's been a bad week. Been having female issues, and I've bled 28 out of 31 days of October. Having a procedure on Tuesday to hopefully take care of it. Jerry has been really busy this week and haven't seen him much. Everything is just piling up. Have you done anything for you this week? She said, not really. It's kind of hard when I'm not sure when I'm going to start bleeding and not knowing how heavy it's going to be. Kind of been hanging at home. After I get this procedure done, I'll start doing more for me. Terry had first said abortion, but she called it what T said it was, the slip of the tongue. It was supposedly an ablation. That's what she told her friend she was having. And I don't know. Let me see the next one then.
And then that carries over.
This says, this is from the procedure thing. Sister made it home. Feels like a bad period with cramps. I can handle that. Gonna take a nap and just chill. Love you. And then Thursday, says, hey sis, how you doing? She says, hello, doing good. No pain today. Just tired, really tired, but otherwise can't complain. Thanks for asking. Love you. So are you guys coming this way for Thanksgiving? Yep, we are. I'm going to be there Wednesday at some time. Kids don't have school, and then we'll leave after lunch. You're going to be around.
To November 6th when she had that procedure and you checked in on her.
Correct.
Okay. It doesn't seem to be in those last September, October periods, a lot of talk about her having any problems with Todd around as far as their marriage relationship. And I understand she's talked some about Jerry, but as far as her and Todd.
No.
Ma'am, you mentioned in your testimony that I believe I'll flip back to July 26th. Yeah, July 26th really starts out on that big bold number at the top 17.
Yes.
Amy's text to you should be home by then. Shit is going to hit the fan very soon at my house. Headed to see Gma and eat. I'm sure you'll see us come home. Brought some food. You say thank you. Then she tells you that Todd had called Jerry's wife. I'm thinking of it within a month, I'll be gone. Then on a positive note, check out my new Jeep.
Why is that text message like? Why does that look so weird? It's like the top is cut off of this message. You guys see that? All the top of the letters is gone.
Where does Jeep come from?
She got a new Jeep.
Oh, yeah.
Todd bought it for her?
I don't know. Usually couples buy vehicles together.
Okay. Did she also tell you that he'd given her $1,500?
Amy told me that. Yeah. We had a conversation about that night.
Did she say what that $1,500 was for?
She told me Todd told her to do whatever she wanted with it.
Wow.
And I told her to save it for divorce fees.
Okay.
And he bought her a
And
new
I
Jeep.
believe we asked you back a few weeks ago in depositions if Amy ever seemed to restrict herself and the kids from purchasing anything because she didn't have any money, and you said no.
When they were down to see us, usually we spent a lot of time over at Randy and Peg, so we didn't go out to eat a lot with them. If they did, I don't know what they did when we weren't around.
When she went on this trip to Florida with kids,
Yeah, that was for Taylor.
did she also tell you that she had gone to Alaska with Tristan one time?
I knew she did. Yes.
Do you know when that was?
I don't.
All right. Well, thanks. I don't have any other questions.
Thanks. I don't have any
Thank
other
you, ma'am. You can step down. State your name and spell it, please.
Carrie Callan, C.
All right, hold on. Let me show you guys. Show you guys this one. Oh, da, 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 da. So this is Patricia and Amy together. I like to show you guys the pictures of them together. I don't know why, I just do. It's just what I'm doing. Yeah, Indiana Girl, DNC can be done for a miscarriage too, not just abortion. Yeah, I think that's what Indiana Girl was saying, right? Like, yeah, it's, I mean, I don't want to get too personal, but, you know, I know for sure. It can't be. Carrie's going to be a doozy, I can already tell. All right, let me see if I can get you a picture with Carrie. Hold on.
ARRIECALLAN.
Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you. Carrie, how old are you?
43,
And what area do you currently live in?
Central City, Iowa.
And where did you grow up?
Manchester, Iowa.
Are you currently employed?
Yes.
What is your occupation?
Tax and regulatory analyst.
Do you do any other type of work as well?
Yes. I am a graphic designer in a t-shirt shop,
And where is that t-shirt shop located?
Earlville, Iowa.
And who owns that t-shirt shop?
Sarah Richter.
What kind of things do you do there?
I do designing of the shirts. I print shirts. That's mostly it.
Did you know Amy Mullis?
Yes.
How did you know Amy?
Through working there
And when you say working there,
at the t-shirt shop.
did it have a name?
Creative Memories Embroidery.
And when did Amy start working there?
2014.
And when did you start working there?
2014.
What kind of things would Amy do at the t-shirt shop?
She would run embroidery machines and she would weed designs.
Now, just kind of explain briefly what the setup was at the t-shirt shop. Would you go in Monday through Friday, or how did it work?
No, it was just something that I did on the weekends. And I'm not sure how often she was there, but I went just Saturdays and once in a while on a Sunday.
And you don't know exactly every time Amy was there?
No.
Would she also be there on the weekends?
Yes.
And how did it work? Did you get called in, or how was it that you and Amy would know that there was work that needed to be done?
Generally, I would check in with the employer on Friday nights, Thursday nights, just depends, and try to schedule when I was going to be there and how long I would need to be there.
Do you know Todd Mullis?
Yes.
How do you know Todd?
I went to school with him.
And when you say school,
High school and middle school in Macocata Valley.
and throughout the time that you worked with Amy at the t-shirt shop, at times would people from her family be there as well?
Yes.
And who would come there?
The kids, Tristan, Taylor, and Wyatt.
How would you and Amy communicate?
While there, or
I'm sorry, I'll rephrase that. When you and Amy were together at the shop, would you talk?
yes,
And then other than that, would you communicate in any other ways?
through text message, generally.
And what kind of things would you text about?
Usually it's just if we, checking in to see when each other were going to be there, so we could coordinate our times.
And in October 2018, did you have a text conversation with Amy?
October when?
I'm sorry, October 2018.
Yes.
And do you remember having a conversation with her around that time?
Yes.
And do you remember what the conversation was about? She doesn't remember. Carrie, did you give copies of text messages between you and Amy from October 2018 and November 2018 to the
Yes.
police?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Do you look through them?
Yes.
And in State's Exhibit number 69, are those text messages between you and Amy Mullis in October 2018 and November 2018?
Yes.
And is that 3 pages of them? And I believe the second and third page are actually the same, it's just different angles.
Yes.
Now, Your Honor, I'm sorry, are these, Carrie, are these true and accurate copies, or a true and accurate depiction of the text messages between you and Amy Mullis on those dates?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that State's Exhibit 69 be admitted into evidence.
Any objection?
I just want to check, make sure I have the same one.
Exhibit 69 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor, and I would ask permission to publish to the jury.
Granted.
Let's see. Carrie, I'm showing you the first page that I just handed you of State's Exhibit number 69. Do you see there in the middle of the page, lower middle, it says Saturday, October 27th, 2018?
Yes.
And you write, I believe yours have a C next to them, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so October 27th, Carrie says, "Where the heck are you? Todd and Tristan are leaving." Amy says, "Long story. Todd's mom told me I abandoned my kids. She called me a hothead and crazy. I don't want to be anywhere around her. It's been a long 2 weeks."
and you write, "Where the heck are you?" And then you write after that, "Todd and Tristan are leaving."
Probably silly.
Is that a yes?
Yes,
And where were you at on Saturday, October 27th that caused you to write that?
we were at a friend's anniversary party.
And who were you with?
Who was I with? My
Yes.
husband,
And why did you ask Amy where she was?
because I thought she would have been there, because it was for Sarah, the employer.
And would it be fair to say that based on your message, Todd and Tristan were at the party,
Yes.
but Amy never came?
Amy was not there.
Did Amy respond to you when you sent her those 2 text messages?
Yes.
And what did she respond to you?
She said, long story short, Todd's mom told me I abandoned my kids. She called me a hothead and crazy. I don't want to be anywhere near her. It's been a long 2 weeks.
And I'll show you the next page. And at the top of this, does that carry on the same message from the page we just went over?
Yes.
And did you respond to Amy after she wrote that to you?
Yes.
And what did you say?
I said, oh, wow, I'm sorry. Hugs to you.
And then your conversation with Amy goes on. What does she respond to that?
She gives a thumbs up.
And what did you say then?
And I said, hopefully things will settle down soon.
And what is Amy's response at 8:03 p.m.?
I don't know. It's pretty tense here. Not sure what's going to happen.
Now, as we talked about, that was the end of October. From October 27th, 2018 until November 10th, 2018, did you have any contact with Amy?
No,
Did you see her at the shop or in person?
no.
And did you talk to her by way of text message or phone?
Hopefully they put it back up.
Now, it says here on your text message that on Saturday, November 10th, 2018, you sent Amy a message.
Yep.
And what time was that at?
There it is.
8:10.
And what did your message say?
I said, how's it been going? I've been thinking of you guys.
And did Amy respond at 8:11 a.m.?
Yes.
And what was her response?
Thanks. Okay. Things still very tense around here. Just not sure of anything anymore.
And that was at, I think you indicated 8:11 on November 10th, 2018.
Yes.
Did you then, a few hours later, respond?
Yes.
And what did you say?
And I asked her if she was going to Sarah's today.
And did you ever get a response from Amy?
No, because that's at 11:01 a.m. on the day that she dies.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination?
Callan,
What's the relevance?
Carrie.
Carrie Callan.
Yes.
The
Right.
messages that you were just referring to, the one
Like that thrifty.
of Saturday,
Like that
October
one.
27th. Did you have any other information that Amy shared with you, other than that text message that she had had some difficulty with Todd's mother?
No.
So your understanding of what that issue was is totally arising from these text messages.
Yes.
And right at the end of that, when she said that his mom had told her that she had abandoned the kids, she says, I don't know, it's pretty tense here, not sure what's going to happen. Fair to say that the tenseness is a result of the interaction between Amy and her mother-in-law.
I don't know.
Well, it comes at the end of the discussion about that though, doesn't it?
Yes.
And then on Saturday, November 10th, once again, she says it's tense around here. Do you know what she's talking about with her mother-in-law, Todd, kids, whatever?
I don't know.
Did Amy ever share with you, not in a text message, but in person or by a phone call, that Todd, in fact, stood up for her or challenged his mother about what she had said to her?
No.
Okay. Let me go back to the business of being a graphic designer for a moment.
What's the
You
relevance?
characterize this as a t-shirt shop?
Yes.
Okay. Is that the only product that was in the store?
No.
Okay. Tell me what else?
They do different gifts for people. Pretty much any kind of apparel you'd look for, hats. We do signs. Pretty much anything kind of printing related that's not on paper. Pretty much any kind of apparel.
They get secondhand
And
apparel.
If I wanted to have a shirt designed and have some emblem or saying on it for my law firm or whatever, I could contact it and that could be developed.
Yes.
And whether it was
What is
a
the relevance?
photograph or a saying or anything, that could be designed and produced for the customer.
Yes.
Do you recall ever doing that for anyone in the Mullis family?
Yes.
It-
Yes.
Like,
Did-
do you
yes or
remember
no?
what it
A
was?
logo.
Pardon me?
Logo and signs
For the
their
farm?
family. Yes.
Oh, the
Okay.
farm. That's right.
All right, thank you. That's all I have.
Nothing
That's
further, Your
right.
Honor.
That's right.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You can step down.
Well, that's the good one.
Be
This
seated,
is
everyone.
this is the deputy.
Okay, do we have a witness for the state?
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Travis Hemasath.
Hemasath. Hemasath.
Do
They're
you
all
swear and
friends.
affirm that the testimony you give in this
They're all friends with this guy. Everybody knows him.
matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Go ahead and have a seat. State your name and spell it, please.
Travis Hemsath, Travis Hemmesath.
Hemasath. He says it.
Can you please tell us who you're employed by
The Delaware County Sheriff's Office.
and in what capacity?
As a deputy sheriff,
How long have you been a deputy sheriff with?
How long have you known that Amy was sleeping with Keith?
Delaware County.
about 9 years, and in law enforcement for roughly 12 and a half years.
And what are your current duties and titles
Uh,
at the Delaware County Sheriff's Office?
Assigned to investigations,
And what does that mean?
investigating major crimes such as homicides, burglaries, thefts.
And when you're not in an investigator capacity, are you also sometimes a patrol deputy?
Yes.
And what does that entail?
Patrol of the county, general patrol, and taking calls for service.
I'd like to direct your attention to November 10th, 2018. Were you a Delaware deputy sheriff on that date?
Yes.
And at some point that day, did you begin working that evening?
Yes.
At approximately what time did you start your tour of duty?
I came on at 5 p.m.
When you came on at 5 p.m., did you learn any information about anything that happened earlier that day?
Yes. When I came on and I went to the office, I was briefed on the incident that had occurred at the Mullis farm.
And who briefed you on the incident?
Deputy Luke Thompson.
What, if anything, did you do?
As soon as we got done briefing about the incident, I had requested for Deputy Thompson to escort me out to the farm to review the scene.
Approximately what time did you go to the Mullis farm?
I was there before 6 p.m. I'm going to say it was probably about 5:30, 5:45 when I arrived.
What did you observe when you arrived?
So when we arrived, it was dark out. Obviously, family vehicles were there. Family was in the house, and Deputy Thompson had went to the house and then had met me out by the barn where they had found Amy in.
When you arrived, where did you go?
I went immediately to the red shed located on the property.
And did Deputy Thompson show you any specific area?
Yeah, so when we went to the location, because that's what I had asked Deputy Thompson, where was the body located? He had directed me to that location, and he had shown me he had described to me where they had located Amy, her positioning, where the corn rake was positioned, how it was laying, and everything that they had done up to that point.
What did you do then?
So I kind of took over for processing the crime scene and kind of analyzing the area. So I first started by basically just doing an overview of the building. I took note on if the door would open or close, how wide the doorway actually was. I actually entered, and then I took an immediate left, and you can tell that the walk space in between the sliding door in the front of the building and some chemical totes, was roughly 30 inches wide.
Was that the area that Amy Mullis's body was found in?
Yes. It was described to me that she was located in the middle of that door. So I took just a couple paces, and then there was a couple drops of blood on the floor, and that's where it was described to me that's where she was positioned. It was described to me that she was positioned facing as if she was exiting the building. So as I enter, she would have been crouched facing me. And then it was explained to me how the rake was positioned and in the corner leading back to this dog crate. So I entered the building. I was explained all that, and I viewed the dog where the dog crate was. And then basically what I did is I looked on all the equipment in there, the totes, the wagon, augers on the floor itself. I was trying to look for any other indication of a fall, such as blood markings, any other markings on anything that would indicate an injury where she had fallen anywhere else but where she was located.
And did you observe anything?
I did not.
Did you actually see the pet carrier?
Yes.
And where was the pet carrier located in relation to where Amy's body was found?
So when you enter the building, you enter the open doorway and you take an immediate left. You're going to walk down that 30-inch aisle between the door and the chemical crates, probably about 15, 20 paces. You're going to take a right and you're going to head to the rear of the shed. And that tote was straight ahead about, I say 30 paces, roughly.
What did you do then?
After I got done examining the inside of the shed,
Yes.
I went to the exterior of the shed, and on that night there was a light dusting of snow on the ground. So what I did is I checked the west side, the south side, and the north side of the shed just to make sure there was no indication of any other potential anybody would have came, footprints or anything like that.
And did you see any other footprints?
No, there was no indication.
What did you do then?
So then I talked to Deputy Thompson outside. He described to me the incident more. I guess after that, I looked around in the gravel out front to see if I could see any blood or anything to indicate that outside. I did not see anything. And as I left, I viewed the hog barns, because most generally hog barns have camera system installed on them. So the way I knew there was 2 hog barns. There was one to the north and one to the south. But where my vehicle was positioned, basically I just did a loop in the driveway and I left. And as I did a loop, I viewed the north hog barn to see if I could see any cameras on the exterior of the building. I did not see that. The south barn, it was dark over there. The yard light did not light that building up very well, so I didn't get a good look at that building.
What did you do next?
So then my next step in the investigation was I attended the autopsy down at the State Medical Examiner's Lab
And where was that located?
in Ankeny.
And did you bring anything to the autopsy?
Yes, I brought the clothing and the corn rake.
After that, what did you do with regards to the investigation?
So after that, obviously it was a homicide investigation. I corresponded with Special Agent John Turbett, and he and I had started basically discussing what we were going to do. I issued 19 search warrants, preservation letters, and I performed 30 to 34 interviews.
And when you say Special Agent John Turbett, who does John Turbett work for?
The Division of Criminal Investigations.
And why? How did John Turbett become involved in this investigation?
They're an assisting agency, so we had contacted them to assist with the homicide investigation.
And you indicated that you performed approximately 34 interviews.
30 to 34, right in there.
And at that same time that you were conducting your investigation, was Special Agent John Turbett also conducting interviews?
Yes.
Now, you also indicated that you executed 19 search warrants.
Yes.
What were those search warrants for?
So those search warrants were for electronics, cell phone records, Google records, Snapchat records, all sorts of communications. And that was on Todd Mullis's devices, and then Amy Mullis's phone, Tristan Mullis's. And we also executed a search warrant out at Todd Mullis's residence.
Did you actually collect all devices, electronic devices from the Mullis home?
Yes, we executed a search warrant at Todd Mullis's residence, and we collected all the electronic devices that he had in his possession, along with a camera system with a DVR unit at the home.
Was that on November 16th, 2018?
Yes.
On that date, were there also pictures taken of the Mullis farm?
Yeah, so during that search warrant, we also took overview pictures of the farm, the layout, and the incident site again.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Deputy, I just handed you States Exhibit 70 to 103 and States Exhibit 111. Can you look through those briefly, please? First, let's talk about States Exhibit 111. What is that a photograph of?
This is an aerial view of Todd and Amy Mullis's farm.
And does that aerial photo truly and accurately depict the way the Mullis farm appeared on both November 10th, 2018, when you went there, as well as November 16th, 2018?
Yes.
And when you look at States Exhibit 70 through 103, what are those photographs of?
Those are the photographs we took the date of the search warrant.
And that would be November 16th, 2018?
Yes.
And do those photographs truly and accurately depict the Mullis farm on that date as you've previously described it?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that States Exhibit 111 as well as 70 through 103 be admitted into evidence.
Any objection? Exhibits 70 through 103 and number 111 are all admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Some of the pictures we were looking at of the inside of the
Yes.
shed. So it should have the one that I was talking about. That
Deputy, I'm
faces-
first going to go through States Exhibit number 111. What is this the photograph of?
This is the aerial view of Todd and Amy Mullis's farm.
Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to ask that the witness come down so that he can refer to the screen.
Go ahead.
Deputy, can you describe the buildings that you see here?
So this is considered the north hog barn. This is the hog barn with the office in it, which the office is positioned right here in the building. This is the south hog barn. There's no office in this building, just a loading chute. This is going to be your shop, okay? And this is going to be the residence. This is west, this is north, this is south, and this is east. This is the red shed. These are the grain bins. These are considered the fuel barrels. The road runs north and south, and the entrance into the residence is right here. It loops around and it comes around. You can exit down here as well.
And Deputy, just so we're clear, the red shed that Amy Mullis was found in, can you please indicate that for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
It'd be the shed right here with the number 1 over the top of it.
And a moment ago, you pointed to something at the top left-hand corner and indicated that was the shop.
Yes, the building with the number 7 on it is the shop,
And that is also a red building, correct?
red and white.
And you indicated a moment ago that when you went there, or I'm sorry, when you left the Mullis farm on November 10th, 2018, what building did you look at to see if there was a camera?
I looked at the North Hog building because as I exited the property, I drove through here and made a loop. So this building was not visible, but I looked at this building. I looked at the north.
Thank you. You can go back to your seat. Deputy, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 70. What is this a photograph of?
This is the north driveway of the property, just off the road.
And you can actually see the main road there.
Yes,
And is that the only main road that filters into the Mullis farm?
yes.
State's Exhibit number 71. What is this photograph of?
This is the residence of the home. This is from standing on the roadway. And that's also the north driveway, and the home is positioned right there.
Now, to the right of the house, there appears to be you could see a portion of a white building. What building is that on the farm?
That's the North Hog building that I had described on the property.
And on the left of the house, you can see what appears to be a white building with some type of red awning. What is that?
That's the shop that's positioned on the north side of the property.
That is not the shed that Amy was found in.
No.
State's Exhibit number 72. What is this a photograph of?
This is a picture from the roadway, basically displaying the south driveway and the grain bins.
State's Exhibit number 73. What's located in this photograph?
This is also standing on the road, displaying that in the north driveway, the grain bins, the red shed Amy was found in, and the North Hog building.
State's Exhibit number 74.
So this is standing in the north driveway by the residence, depicting the red shed that Amy was found in, and the grain bins and the fuel barrels positioned to the right and just on the other side of the red shed.
State's Exhibit number 75.
So this is standing in the north driveway, and this is showing the red shed to your right by the tree, and the North Hog building all the way to your left, and in the center, that's gonna be your South Hog barn.
And what hog barn were the information that you received were Todd and Tristan located in?
It's going to be the building on your left.
State's Exhibit number 76.
Same position. This picture displays the home to your left, the shop to your north with the big, the red and white building with the big shop door, and then the North Hog barn just on the right-hand side of the photo.
State's Exhibit number 77.
This is a picture in the north driveway as well. This displays the red shed that Amy was found in, the fuel barrels to the left, and the grain bins just to the south of the red shed.
State's Exhibit number 78.
This is positioned back in the middle of the yard, just to the west of the North Hog barn. This shows the aerial view of the red shed, the fuel barrels, and how the grain bins lay on the
See,
property.
this is an aerial view. It's not
And State's
aerial.
Exhibit number 79. What's located in that photograph?
This is a picture of the residence, so you're gonna be positioned in between the North Hog barn and the shop.
State's Exhibit number 80.
Same location, just a little bit further back to show how the red shed is positioned onto the property.
State's Exhibit number 81.
Same thing, picture of the red shed, the fuel barrels, grain bins to the rear. You're actually in the middle of the yard.
State's Exhibit number 82.
This is going to be a picture standing right by the North Hog barn, facing the red shed. This is kind of by the office area, facing straight towards the red shed that Amy was found in.
And State's Exhibit number 83. What's located in this photograph?
So this photograph, where we're standing taking the photograph, this is actually in front of the South Hog building, facing the entrance of the red shed, the red sliding door on the shed.
State's Exhibit number 84.
This is positioned just a little bit south of the South Hog building, basically just showing another angle of the red shed Amy was found in.
State's Exhibit number 85.
This is on the south side of the South Hog barn, showing how the yard lays on the property. You got the red and white building is the shop on the property. The chute closest to you is the South Hog building. And then where you see the subject standing up on the top kind of right of the picture, that's the North Hog building. The little grain feeders are in between the hog barns.
State's Exhibit number 86.
This is a picture in front of the South Hog building, basically displaying the grain bins, the fuel barrels, and then the driveway that leads out to the road.
And what is that to the right? Is that
The red shed that Amy was found in.
State's Exhibit number 87.
This is a little bit closer view of the front entrance to the red shed. This is the only entrance to the red shed, and you can see how You can see how the door is positioned, open, 2.5 feet. That's about where it was.
Is that where how the door was positioned on November 10th, 2018,
Yes,
as well as November 16th, 2018, when these photographs were taken?
yes,
And State's Exhibit number 88, is this a close-up of that same photograph?
yes.
State's Exhibit number 89,
This is the south side of the red shed. We're facing north, and this is a photograph of the south side of the red shed that Amy was found in.
State's Exhibit number 90,
This is a picture of the front sliding door of the red shed that faces to the east. This is the entrance. This is how you enter the building.
and State's Exhibit number 91. What is in this photograph?
So this is the picture of the sliding door, about how it was open.
And is that how you entered?
Yes, right through that opening.
And State's Exhibit number 92.
So this is an angle. That's the opening to the red shed. And this is a photograph that displays immediate to your left as you would turn and walk left into the building.
State's Exhibit number 93.
Same angle, just a little bit better picture, how you can see when you enter the red shed that Amy was found in, you can see the chemical totes to the right and the red door on your left. That's going to be your space that you had to walk down.
State's Exhibit number 94. What's located in this photograph?
So we took a tape measure and we measured the distance from the chemical totes to the door just to show the width of the walkway that Amy was found in. It measures around 30 inches.
State's Exhibit number 95.
Again, this is another measurement of the front sliding door to the chemical totes on the first path of the walkway that Amy was found.
And State's Exhibit number 96.
So from this position, you're in the building, you came into the opening, you've taken a left, and now you're staring down the first walkway, okay? This is immediately to the bottom, right kind of where the door splits. That's the positioning the area Amy was found. And then when you get to the end, you're gonna see that circle object. That's where the corner turns to go to the back of the sheds. So that's your intersection.
And when if you go to the end of that area where you indicated the circle is and you turn right, what is located down there?
That's where the dog carrier or the carrier was located.
State's Exhibit number 97. What's located in this photograph?
Same angle, just a little higher, just to show the chemical totes and the sliding door.
State's Exhibit number 98.
So this is immediately when you get to the intersection, before you turn right.
It's just a pile of shit.
State's
Oh,
Exhibit number 99.
So this is just another picture at the intersection where we took a picture just a little bit more to the right as you turn.
And State's Exhibit number 100.
This photograph displays as you make the complete turn and you're facing straight to the west, looking down the shed where the dog carrier was. That's what that shows. Straight
Would
down.
it be fair to say that the person taking this picture would have kind of been at that intersection?
They're actually where the dog carrier is, I believe, in this photo, taking a photo towards that intersection, I think.
No,
State's Exhibit number 101. Another photograph, I think. Of the same
Yeah,
area.
same angle. Yep.
And State's Exhibit number 102. What is this a photograph of?
yeah, this is that
same,
one.
Same angle.
See, there's the table, little round circle.
Same angle. You're
table thing.
at the.
So this is turned around. The dog kennel's now on your right.
Actually, State's Exhibit 101.
Yeah, go back.
That's from the entrance, looking straight back. This photograph is where you're at the dog carrier, looking straight at the sliding door.
Yeah.
That's this alley.
And in both 101 and 102, it's the passageway after you turned right where Amy's body was located.
Right.
It's just
yes.
different angles.
Yes.
And State's Exhibit 103, what is this a photograph of?
This just shows the hay racks that were on the one side of the walkway.
And State's Exhibit 104?
Same angle, just showing the augers and then the other side of the walkway, not the side where the hay racks are. This is the other
So
side.
it's a little
So
little
beside the
round
walkway.
table thingy. You can see it here.
Deputy, earlier I think we only talked about State's Exhibits going to 103. You indicated that 104 is also a picture of the red shed.
Yes,
And was that also a picture that was taken on November 16th, 2018, the day that the search warrants were executed at the Mullis farm?
yes,
And is this a true and accurate depiction of that area located inside the red shed?
yes.
Your Honor, I would ask that this State's Exhibit 104 be admitted into evidence.
Any objection? 104 is admitted.
Now, Deputy, you said you went on November 16th, 2018 to execute search warrants at the Mullis residence.
Yes.
What was the purpose, or what was the search warrant for on that day?
The search warrant were for all electronics at the residence.
Was it also to conduct a search of the home?
Yes, a search of the home and to gather more photographs.
And who was present when you went to go execute that search warrant?
It was myself, a few deputies from our office, and then Special Agent John Turbot.
Was the defendant or anybody from his family present as well?
Yes.
And who was present?
Todd Mullis, Todd Mullis' sister, and Todd Mullis' attorney, Bob Sapers.
What, if anything, did you observe while you were conducting that search warrant?
So while conducting the search warrant, doing the search in the residence for electronics, we located several Kindles. We located an iPad that Todd said was his iPad. We located 2 laptop computers, and then we also seized a few cell phones. While doing a search in the residence, I also took note that it was evident that Todd Mullis is an avid hunter, and he likes to collect firearms and ammunition. Also, with doing the search in the exterior buildings, there's obviously farm equipment. I've come to learn that Todd Mullis owned a Gleaner combine. I also located a camera system on the south hog barn. There's 2 cameras positioned in the peak of that hog barn. And the DVR recording system for them cameras were located in the office in the shop. That'd be the red and white shed to the north. And I also noticed that I also took note of those camera angles while I was there. One camera, we'll call them camera 1, camera 2. The one camera displayed the center of the yard. So it'd be from like where the house, the north hog barn, and the shop is, that angle. And the second camera was positioned towards the red shed. And that system was also seized on that day, the DVR recording unit for that system.
Now, Deputy, let's go back first. You indicated that all the devices were recovered from the residence.
Yes.
Can you just give a summary of what types of devices were recovered?
Kindles, Todd Mullis' cell phone, Amy Mullis' cell phone, an Apple iPad, and 2 laptops.
And when you say an iPad, where did you specifically get that iPad from?
Todd said that he had it in his tractor. And so Mike Mullis had brought that to the farm for us. And that's when
Did you have a conversation with Todd Mullis about where his iPad was located?
Yes.
And that's when he indicated to you that it was in his tractor?
Yes.
Did you then ask him if there's some way that you could see that iPad?
Yes. He said he would have his brother Mike bring it up to the house.
Did Mike Mullis actually bring the iPad there then?
Yes.
And did he give it to Todd or give it to you?
He gave it to Todd and Todd gave it to me.
And at that point, did you have a conversation with Todd?
Yes, I did. Because when I received the iPad, it had a passcode on it. So you need to physically enter in a passcode. It was a 4-digit PIN number. So I had asked Todd if he would give me that passcode so I could get into the unit when I obtained a search warrant to search it.
Did Todd initially give you the passcode?
No, he was very hesitant to give me that passcode.
Did he then say anything to anyone else?
He turned to his attorney and his attorney had advised him to give me the passcode.
Did Todd then give you the passcode?
Yes.
Did you then seize that iPad and collect it for evidence?
Yes, I did.
You indicated a moment ago that you were able to determine that there was 2 cameras at the Mullis farm.
Yes.
And I believe you called them camera 1 and camera 2.
Yes,
Did you also ask Todd about those devices?
I did.
And then where did you go to retrieve those devices?
We went to the shop, the red and white building, the shop to the north, and in the back right corner of the shop, there's an office. So Todd and I went into the office, and there was a computer screen that displayed the video, and then there's also a DVR recording unit that is the box that records all of your video and stores it. And that's what I had seized.
And you seized the DVR systems for both of those cameras?
There's one DVR system. Both cameras are linked to that DVR.
And was that DVR system analyzed
Yes.
after another search warrant?
Yes.
And was there an analysis conducted on those on that DVR system?
Yes.
And go ahead.
I assisted with analyzing the DVR system from the video cameras. So what we had found is that we had camera 1, camera 2. I'm not sure which one was which, but I know that the video camera that was displaying at the angle towards the red shed, we were unable to find any video for that camera. We couldn't determine if the video was deleted or if the system just never recorded. The other camera system that displayed the yard, like the North Hog building, the shop, and over towards the house, the general yard, that one did have video. So it recorded from September 11th, 2018 to October 29th, 2018. And then there was no recordings from October 29th, 2018 until the day after the homicide, November 11th. So the video picks back up November 11th, the day after the homicide, and then records to November 15th, 2018, And then
I
we
think that-
seized the unit on the 16th the next.
I think this is probably, if you want to go with that, it was an actual murder. This is the most, I don't know, damning is probably not the right word, but this is probably the most damning thing in my opinion, is the fact that the cameras are all shut off. Or the cameras aren't working until at the day after. But essentially they figure out the cameras weren't working because of the event and go and fix them. So I don't know. Camera 1, camera 2, camera 1, camera 2.
Next day. So that window from the 10th to October 29th, there was no recording. So we weren't able to determine if it recorded or if it was
Right.
the
That's
data
not like
was deleted.
damning is probably not even the right word, because I don't really think it's damning, but I think this would probably be one of the most
Now, Deputy, throughout your
quote,
investigation, were you
damning
able to
things.
determine the time or a time frame for Amy Mullis's death?
Yes.
And how were you able to determine
Oh,
that?
Thomas, I hope
I
you feel
issued a
better.
search warrant for Gmail, for Amy Mullis's Gmail. And her last conversation, November 10th, was with Jerry Frazier. The last message was at 10:14 in the morning,
And what time was the 911 call that came out?
12:01. So between 10:14 and 12:01, that was our time frame for the homicide.
Now, just briefly describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you indicated that you conducted or executed approximately 19 search warrants. And I apologize if you've already said this, but what were those other search warrants for as well?
So I issued a search warrant for Todd Mullis's Gmail. I issued a warrants to Google associated with Todd Mullis's Gmail account. I issued search warrants to Amy Mullis's Snapchat, Amy Mullis's email. I issued warrants for Amy Mullis's cell phone records through US Cellular. I issued warrants for
Yeah, Ariel, you'd think that his attorney would
the
actually
phone
object to
itself,
something like
the
that.
data contained on the device for both Todd and Amy
But
and
no.
Tristan's cell phone. I issued search warrants through US Cellular for Todd and Tristan and Amy's, all the information that was stored at US Cellular.
Oh, AG, that's a great point.
I issued warrants
Gary's like,
for
make sure the cameras aren't
searching the
working.
computer and its content. I issued warrants for the Kindles to search the content that was contained on those machines. And then also search warrants for the DVR system.
Now, Deputy, we know that this crime occurred on November 10th, 2018. Do you recall when was the defendant arrested for this offense?
Approximately 3.5 months after the incident.
And throughout that 3.5 month investigation, did you have any other suspects or persons of interest?
Just Jerry Frazier.
And why was Jerry Frazier a person of interest?
Because we had identified Jerry Frazier as having an intimate relationship with Amy Mullis.
Were you able to rule out Jerry Frazier as a suspect?
Yes, we were.
And how were you able to do that?
So how we ruled out Jerry Frazier as a suspect, we did search warrants on Jerry Frazier's emails and phone records, and we were able to obtain tower and GPS information for his cell phone. So what we did is we took that information and we mapped it, and we mapped Jerry around. Jerry lives in Anamosa, so we mapped Jerry in and around Anamosa the day of the homicide from about 10:40 in the morning to almost 1 o'clock in the afternoon to indicate that Jerry was in and around Anamosa during the time frame of the homicide.
And how far is Anamosa from the Mullis farm?
About 45-minute drive. We also conducted interviews with Jerry Frazier's wife and Jerry Frazier's son.
And was Jerry Frazier's wife ever a suspect or a person of interest?
No.
And why not?
Special Agent John Turbot had interviewed her and had come to that conclusion.
Now, Deputy, you indicated that from the iPad that was seized that Todd gave you on November 16th, 2018, were you able to determine if there was a Gmail account linked to that iPad?
Yes, there was.
And what was that Gmail account?
Todd Mullis 76@gmail.com.
After you seized that iPad, did you do an additional search warrant for it?
Yes, I did.
And what was that search warrant for?
So I did a search warrant to physically examine the iPad, to look into the iPad for the contents. And then I also did a search warrant to so my findings of that, we'll start with that search warrant. My findings when I physically examined the iPad, iPads have Google. Google's a search engine. So if anybody has used Google before, they know they can pull up Google, and where you're going to type in your search, you can hit it and see your search history, right? So that search history only saves so many searches, and then they fall off. So I noticed on that search, when I hit that search bar to see the history that's on the device, I seen organs of the body was searched.
And when was that searched?
That was 4 days prior to the homicide.
And that was your observation when you conducted a physical search of that iPad?
Correct, yes.
Did you then execute a further search warrant to Google?
Yes,
And was that for the specific account of Todd Mullis 76@gmail.com?
yes.
And how do you go about executing that search warrant?
So with all the electronics that I seized at the residence, no other device had that Gmail associated with it. So Todd Mullis's Gmail was set up on the iPad, just like most Gmails are. That when you do a search warrant through Google, that Gmail is linked to that iPad. So Google has a service and it's Gmail, if that makes sense. They're connected. So it tracks your search history. So I did a search warrant through Google associated with Todd Mullis's Gmail account. And that gave me the search history back for that iPad itself. So when I received the searches back, I had received searches back from 2017 to the present date.
And when you received those results, approximately how many pages did that entail?
Over 700.
And did you, as part of your investigation, go through those Google searches to see if there was any searches that you believed were relevant to this investigation?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Deputy, I just handed you States Exhibit 112 as well as States Group Exhibit 105. First, let's talk about States Exhibit 112. What is that?
So this is a standard document we receive back. When I submit search warrants to Google, it's an online portal for law enforcement. When I receive the information back, they send an authentication letter with the records.
And is that what's known as a certificate of authenticity?
Yes.
And indicates that those are a true and accurate search of the account, the specific account of Todd Mullis 76@gmail.com.
Yes.
And can you please look at States Exhibit 105? And what is 105?
This is the search histories that we had obtained.
Is that all 700 pages?
No,
How many pages is that?
11.
And are those 11 of the pages that you received back from Google for the specific account for that search warrant that you just talked about?
Yes, it is.
And are those true and accurate copies of 11 of those 700 pages that you received from Google regarding this account?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that both States Exhibit 112 and 105 be admitted into evidence.
Any objection? 105 and 112 are both admitted.
And Your Honor, I would ask permission to publish to the jury.
Yes, granted.
Deputy,
You're-
I'm going to
you're
show you
giving
this
the
is
funky
States
Google
Exhibit
searches.
105. Because we're not showing all 700 pages, is this the beginning of those 700 pages and the end of those 700 pages?
Yes.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
And just so that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury are clear on these Googles, or what's at the top of these searches? What is listed?
Oh, that's with a website that was searched.
And at the top, does it indicate that this is the Google account of Todd Mullis 76@gmail.com?
Yes.
And just so that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury are clear, can you describe let's just go to line 7, which is the first search that we see, just so that we can, if you can explain what appears on each line of these different searches.
It's going to be the date that it was searched, the time that it was searched, and then it's going to give the website that was either visited or specifically searched. And if it was specifically searched, it's going to show you the characters that were actually physically entered in for the search.
So would it be fair to say that at the beginning of each one, or almost all of them, it either says visited or searched?
Yes.
Now, throughout your investigation, as you indicated, you were able to analyze and go through all of these records, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to direct your attention, I believe it's to the last page in your group exhibit, going back to December 25th, 2017, where there are some specific searches that you believed were relevant to this investigation.
Yes.
And what was the first search that you believed was relevant? What date and time?
So the first search was December 25th, 2017. Now the time on these is military time. So this search displays 3:04 in the morning. The search was search for was killing more accepted centuries ago. And then it'll show you at the bottom, this is specifically searched. So the keys that were entered is right at the bottom. Was plus killing more accepted centuries ago. That's how it was typed into the search.
It was at 3:04:13 UTC.
Now, just so we're clear, Deputy, I see there's a pop out of the line. Is that correct? On the screen in the PowerPoint presentation.
Yes, that's how we made the PowerPoint.
And is this line 2869 is what's popped out right now showing the jury an exact replication of that full line?
Yes.
And is that so the same for this entire presentation?
Yes.
So just to be clear, when you look at the end of this search and it says was plus killing plus more plus accepted plus centuries plus ago. The actual words in between the pluses is what is actually searched.
Yes.
Now, was there another search on that same date on December 25th, 2017 that was searched?
Yes.
And what time was that look at?
So this is also at 3:04 in the morning.
No,
The search was for search for was killing more accepted centuries ago. And
This
then
guy
you can
doesn't
see
know
down
what
at the
UTC
bottom
means.
how it was typed into the search bar.
Sorry.
That's fine.
I'll just go to the next one. And if you go up, if we're starting later in time and going earlier in time, and this brings us to around the period of January 5th, 2018, is that correct?
Yes.
And on this page, what
They're
searches
implying that
did
the
you feel were
Google searches that were from December, the year before, almost a year prior to her death, are him planning her murder.
relevant to this investigation?
So on January 5th, 2018, at 2:53 in the morning, there's a
Nope.
specific search for characteristics of cheating women. So again, at the bottom, you can see what characters were typed in. Characteristics plus cheating women, a woman.
Now, and Deputy, you're familiar with Google?
Yes.
And it is a search engine, correct?
Yes.
And generally, when you go to the search engine, somebody can type in a search.
Yes.
And after you type in a search, what appears?
You'll have selections that'll appear, like different sites you can choose from that.
And I'll go to the next one here. On that same date was
Mind you, at this point, she's not cheating with Jerry yet, because that doesn't start until spring. And then it's been 5 years since she had the last affair that we know of with Keith Rowley.
was there another, I'm sorry, was there a site that was visited that you felt was relevant to this investigation?
Yes, so after that, there's another search, same date, January 5th, 2018, at 2:54 in the morning. This is a visited site. So the visited site was truthaboutdeception.com, cheating and infidelity, stats about infidelity, cheating-wife, and then you can see at the bottom, it's that's how it's typed in.
Well, and this is a visited site, correct?
Yes.
Just so that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury are clear, the way that Google works is you put in, somebody has to type in an actual search.
Correct.
And then after that, different websites or different links pop up.
Yes, and you can visit those links.
So anytime these records say visited, that means that somebody would have clicked on those sites to look at that.
Correct.
We'll go to the next one here. And this was at 3:05 a.m., is that correct?
Yes.
And what was this visited site?
Psychologytoday.com, blog, love and sex in the digital age, women who cheat relationships.
And after that, at approximately, or at the time of 3:11 and 53 seconds on that same date, was there another visited site?
Yes, so it was 6 traits almost every cheating woman has.
And I'll go to the next line here at 3:15 and 44 seconds on that same date. What was the visited site at that time?
So it's love, sex, signs, women cheating, cheat, intelligent, clever, educated.
And after that, at 3:17 and
All the ones they're showing now are based off of one search. So these are different websites that came up after this one search. And that's a great question, AG. For some reason, I think that it's addressed during this trial, or maybe it was addressed at the post-conviction hearing. But I think it's actually addressed during this trial that the time is UTC. Don't quote me on that. We'll see when we get there. But I just feel like it is. But he doesn't understand this UTC at all. He's just like, yeah, no, it's at 3:17 in the morning. It's like, no, it's not.
and 6 seconds on that same date, what was the visited site?
16 facts about cheating women.
And at 3:17 and 35 on that same date, what was visited?
What if she's searching these simply so that she doesn't portray that she's cheating? Like, what are the characteristics of a cheating woman? So I don't show that to my husband where he doesn't get sus. You know what I mean? Or doing it to set up. But here's the thing. Like, again, supposedly this affair with Jerry doesn't start until the spring. So I don't know if there could be a movie. It could be a TV show. I'm telling you that I have random ass Google searches all the time when we're watching shows. Like, you think I have no idea. We have no idea. There's not even, supposedly there's no affair happening at this point. How not to act? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. How not to act? Like, ooh, don't do this, don't do that. Yeah. How do I hide my next affair better so I don't get caught? I think he was never able to trust her. Well, I don't disagree with that, but I mean, according to them, this is just these searches are just starting in December of 2017. Well, where's all the searches that show this kind of stuff for all the years then? You know what I mean? Delana's like, I think there's more than one Jerry. Yeah, that's AG. I'm thinking the same thing, but I'm trying. Yeah, I don't remember how it gets addressed here. I don't remember if she fixes it or he fixes it. Yeah, she's searching up how to get away with an affair.
16 facts about cheating
I'm
women.
searching for the secondhand D.
At 3/18/40, what was visited, or I'm sorry, what was searched?
Yeah, so on January 5th, 2018, at 3:18, it was searched for what did ancient cultures do to infidelity?
And after that, was there another search?
Yeah, search for did ancient cultures kill adulterers?
And that was at what time?
3:20 in the morning.
And at 3:20 and 19 seconds, what was visited?
So right after that, a site was visited, adultery.
And now I'm going to go now and jump a little bit to January 8th, 2018, where there's some additional searches that you believe were relevant to the investigation.
Yes.
And
So on this date, January 8th, 2018, at 2:08 in the morning, there was what was searched was search for thrill of the kill.
and that was actually typed in.
Correct. Yes.
And after that, on that same date, at what time was there another search?
2:23 in the morning, searched for thrill of the hunt.
And what is this search of?
So this is going to be on January 8th as well, at 2:26 in the morning. Search for a famous quote, no thrill like that of hunting man.
And is this another search on that same date?
Yep, same day, January 8th, 2018, at 2:31 in the morning. Search for, once you hunt man, you will always feel the thirst. And at the bottom, you can see how those characters were typed in.
And on that same date, was this another relevant search?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, visited site. What was visited?
Yes, January 2018, 2:50 a.m. visited. Once you hunt man, you always feel the thirst.
Now, officer, this is when we go back and look at like the page of the searches, there are some that are not highlighted. Would you agree with me?
Yes.
And can you just briefly talk about?
So there's a Hemingway thing that is like popular that's somewhat like that. It's like no hunting like the hunting of a man, and those that have hunted a man never care for anything else thereafter, or something like that. I'm probably not quoting it correctly, but I wonder if they were trying to figure out what that quote was. Oh, it's from that one's from Zodiac? Maybe.
Yeah, so I highlighted the ones we're displaying. The search history before and after, I took note that on the same day, within that time frame of them searches, you're going to see a lot of searches related to guns, hunting, gleaner combines, ag talk, and other searches related to farming.
And even though we're not highlighting all of those searches and we don't want to go over all of them because of timing, those are also listed in the same way as the ones we're highlighting.
Yes.
They indicate times and dates.
Times, dates.
And they also indicate visited or search sites.
Yes.
Now I'm going to direct your
Yeah. So when so you search for the ones and then it's got the plus sign. So if it says like how +2 plus test plus DNA plus at home, which we're going to get to that one. That's what's searched. And then after searching that, all the other ones that don't have the pluses, so just this one for this instance, is the website that's visited. And then searched for this and this are all the plus signs. And then visited is what all the results they visit from that search. You say egg talk. Yeah, it's like the forum where we go talk about eggs. Aren't you in there, Mav? I thought you were in there. I thought I was talking to you about eggs the other day, no?
Attention up here to January 21st, 2018. What is this search, the date and time, and what is the search?
So January 21st, 2018 at 3:26 in the morning, search for how to make sure your kids are yours.
And you see what is actually typed in down there?
At the bottom, yes.
And what is this search?
January 21st, 2018 at 3:27 in the morning, search for tests to show if your biological father.
And again, the search after with the pluses indicates the actual words typed in.
Correct.
Was there a search at approximately 3:28 and 26 seconds?
Yes.
And what is this search of?
DNAtesting.com. What do my results mean?
I'm sorry, I misspoke. This is a visited site, correct?
Yes, this is a visited site.
And line 2598, what was this search for?
January 21st, 2018, 3:33 in the morning, search for how to test DNA at home.
And at 3:35 and 24 seconds, what was searched?
Search for how to do a DNA test without the father knowing.
And at 3:30.
So why in the world would he be visiting a site that has to do with how to do a DNA test without the father knowing? He's the father. Yeah, and these searches are almost a year prior. 11 months at this point, a little less than 11 months. Yeah. So it's like, who's questioning the fact that one of these kids is not Todd's? Is it Todd? Is it somebody else? Because whoever's searching for that is also doing these other searches, even though he's got it wrong about the timing. They are still all sequential.
8 and 4 seconds on that same day, what was visited?
DNAtesting.com. Discreetly doing a DNA test without consent possible.
Why would you need to do that?
And
If
again,
he's
there's
the one doing the DNA test, if he's doing the search.
There are searches above and beyond the highlighted ones, correct?
Yes.
And in this slide, if you look at the search directly below the highlighted ones at 3:16:54 on that same day, what is searched for?
Hunting bows.
It actually indicates search for Oneida Bose Phoenix, correct?
Yes.
Oneida, Oneida.
Yes.
And above the highlighted searches at 4 a.m. and 10 seconds on that same day, what is searched?
Search for longest distance of how bow and arrow.
I'm going to go to the next slide here. And on May 10th, 2018, was there a search at 1:15 a.m. and 1 second?
Yes.
And what was searched on that date?
So that was search for what happens to cheaters in history.
And you see there what was actually typed in.
Yes, at the bottom you can see the characters that were typed in.
Now we're in May.
At 1:15 and 34 on that same
What are the other searches, Big Fish? The ones that they showed on there
date of May 10th,
that aren't highlighted?
I'm sorry, below the highlight.
Let's see. Oneida Phoenix better than Black Eagle. Oneida Black Eagle Speed. Oneida Bose Phoenix. Distance of bow and arrow. What bow has longest range? That's a website that was visited. Sorry, not searched. This is archery Guinness World Records. Let me go to the one before this. Let me see. Okay, this one is, what else is on here? Archery Talk. Oh, this is back to that one. This one. Best lever action. Best lever action rifles and when use them. A lot of stuff about best lever action. Where's some more pluses? This is Rural Men Better Soldiers. That's interesting. Rural Men Better Soldiers. Range of sharps 45-120. And these are like back to back. So we'll stick with the UTC time, but this is so 208, 209, 223, 226, 226, 231, 232, 250. So I mean it's going like right there's best lever action rifles, on all those things that are do rural men make better soldiers. They're all back to back. 251, 253, 253, 257, 307. Heck, you think one of the kids is thinking that maybe the dad's not their dad? The kids all would go out. There's like photos on Facebook of the kids out hunting as well, with bow and arrows too. So that's
Visited or January the
At the
again,
for how to do a DNA.
this slide, if you look at the search directly that same day, was Phoenix, correct? Of the highlighted searches at 4 a.m. and 10 seconds on that same date, what is searched?
Search for
This
longest
one doesn't
distance of how
understand it
bow
either.
and arrow.
I already did this one.
Yes.
And at 1:15 and 34 on that same date of May 10th, 2018, was a site visited?
Now
Yes,
there's
and
an
what
affair
site
happening.
was that?
The making of a cheater.
At 1:39 and 22 seconds on May 10th, 2018, was there a visited site?
Yes.
And what site was that?
So it was once a cheater, always a cheater. Marriage therapists weigh in.
And that was a Huffington Post.
Yes.
On that same date of May 10th, 2018, at at 1:43 and 20, was there a search?
Yes.
And what was the search?
Search for what happened to cheating spouses in historic Aztec tribe.
At 1:43 and 32 seconds on that same date, was there a visited site after that?
Yes.
And what site was that?
Real History, www.com. World History, Ancient American Aztec History.
And at 1:57:20 on that same date, was there another visited site?
Yes.
And what was that?
www.aztechhistory.com.
At 1:59 and 57 seconds on that same date, was there an additional search?
Yeah, so this was specifically search for killing unfaithful women. You can see at the bottom the specific characteristics that were typed into the search.
And at 2 a.m. and 49 seconds, was there a visited site after that?
Yes.
And what was that visited site?
So this was www.nytimes.com. Punishment is 18 months for killing cheating wife.
This one's too blurry to see. I don't think I can see what else is. I can see something about soybeans planting. It says something about Dyersville and hours. It's super blurry, so it's hard for me to read. But the ones that go around this search.
And at 2:02 and 24 seconds on that same date, was there a visited site after that?
Yes.
And what was that?
This one is www.baltimoreesun.com news. PH-Ag murder trial opening.
Egg?
At
Did they say
2:05
egg?
and 43 seconds, was there an
Did he say
additional
egg?
visited site on that same date?
Yes.
Did he say egg?
What was at 2:05 and 43 seconds, was there an additional visited site?
PH-Ag murder trial opening.
At 2:05 and 43 seconds, was there an additional visited site on that same date?
There's so much
Yes.
fucking
And what was
eggs.
the site visited?
Crimes of passion.
And at 2:13:36, was there a search conducted on that date?
Yes.
And what was the search for?
Search for human overpopulation solutions.
Now,
Murder.
I'm gonna, direct your attention to the date of July 13th, 2018. On that date,
ag,
at
yeah.
approximately, or at 10:56:14, was there a search?
Yes.
And what is that search?
Search for are some people less buoyant than others.
we're gonna drop them in the water.
And just seconds later, was there a site visited?
Yes.
And what site was that?
That's www.scientificamerica.com article muscle versus fat.
And about 2.5 minutes later, is there an additional site visited?
Yes.
And what site visited is that?
So www.theregister.co.uk, the Odd Body Swimming.
And about 3 minutes after that, was there another visited site?
Yes.
And what is that visited site?
www.relaxandswim.com, buoyancy, physics and buoyancy.
And on that same date, July 13, 2018, at 11:06:10, was there another visited site after that?
Yes, www.swim-teach.com, why does my body sink?
Now, if you go, and now we go to the highlighted searches on July 21st, 2018. And was there a search on that date at 1:43 a.m. and 39 seconds?
Yes.
And what was that search for?
Search for checking content of text messages on phone.
At 1:44 a.m. on that same date, was there a visited site?
Yes.
And what was that visited site?
Dr. Phone, Wondershare.com, message, get text message records from iOS.
At 1:47:10 on that same date, was there a visited site?
Yes.
And what was the visited site?
Forums, .att.com, data messaging features, internet, can my husband read my deleted text messages online?
On that same date at 1:48:42, was there a visited site after that?
Yes.
And what was that?
www.livestrong.com, one parent transcript, kids text messages.
At 1:53:07 on that date, was there a visited
Iowa
site?
UTC.
And what was that site?
www.vorce.com, eager to check those texts.
And on that same date
Search
at
for how to
1:55:26,
stop
was
stupid
there a
people from
visited
reproducing.
website?
Yes.
And what was that website?
Securetracks.com.
And do you know what securetracks.com is? If you do.
No.
Now, I'd like to direct your attention to the
So
searches
UTC in Iowa is -5.
on July 26, 2018 at 14:43:50, which can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that military time is in actual time?
So it's 2:43 in the afternoon.
Was there a search on that date?
Yes.
And what was searched?
Search for Jerry Frazier, Anamosa.
Okay, so on 7/26 of 2018, there's a search for Jerry Frazier in the morning. Wonder if that's a weekend day. I'll have to look. But he knows Jerry Frazier. He works with him.
And after that, was there a visited site?
Yes.
And what was that visited site?
Jerry Frazier, Anamosa, Iowa.
On
does.
that same date
He's an
at
idiot. He doesn't know what
14:44, which would
UTC
be
is.
2:44, was there another search?
Yes.
And what was that search for?
Search for 22703 Fish House Road, Anamosa, Iowa, zip code 52205, which is Jerry Frazier's address.
Was there then a search on that same date at 2:48 p.m.?
Yes.
And what was the search? What was typed in?
Search for Christy Frazier.
And was there a visited site after that at 2:48:31?
That's Thursday.
And what was the visited site?
www.mylife.com, Christy Frazier.
On that same date at 2:49:42, was there a visited site?
Yes.
And what was that visited site?
Twitter.com, Frazier Christy.
On that date, was there an additional visited site at 2:50?
Yes.
And what was that site?
It's a visited site, Facebook.com, Christy Starsberg Frazier.
Starsberg? What?
And on July 26, 2018 at 16:40, which would be 4:40, correct?
Yes.
Was there a search completed?
Yes.
And what was the search for?
Search for Christy Frazier employment.
And at 4:40:51, was there an additional search?
Yes.
And what was that?
Search for Christy Frazier, Anamosa, Iowa workplace.
Yeah, but it's not stars.
4:41
That's
and
not.
2
That's not.
seconds. Was there a
stars
visited
isn't
site
right.
after that?
Yes.
And what was
He
that?
didn't read it right.
www.journaleureka.com, obituary articles.
At 4:42:33, was there something visited on that same date?
Yes.
And what was that?
This is www.manta.com, Rogers Concrete. That's where Christy Frazier works.
At 4:47 and 22 seconds on that same date, was there an additional visited site?
Yes.
And what was that for?
www.manta.com, Rogers Concrete.
Good thing that Christy actually works there. Otherwise, they think
Now,
he's going to put her
on
in concrete.
August 9th, 2018, was there a search at approximately, or at 5:38 and 25 seconds?
Yes.
And what was searched?
Search for what fraction of firearm incidents occur in the home?
And you see at the bottom there what was actually physically typed in.
Yes.
And when you look at the first highlighted search at the bottom, can you see what's below it
Yes.
and above it as well?
Yes. The search below it is was search dreamdirt.com, farmland prices in Iowa.
And that was the day before, correct?
Yes.
And then when you look at the one above it, that's the same day as the search we just talked about.
Yes.
And that was a few minutes after the search for what fraction of firearm incidents occur in the home.
Yes.
And what was that search at a few minutes later?
Search for example of elbow carry of firearm.
And on that same date, a few minutes later, at 5:46:30, was there a search completed?
Yes.
And what was the search for?
Search for degree, a zone of fire spans out in front of hunters.
Now, on August 9th, 2018, excuse me, at 7:40 and 36 seconds, was there a search?
Yes.
And what was the search for?
Search for how long you can survive without food.
And after that, at 7:41, was there a visited site?
Yes.
And what was that site?
How many days can you survive without water?
Was there a visited site at 7:41 on that same date?
Yes.
And what was that for?
How many days you cannot survive without water?
At 7:42 and 24 seconds on August 9th, 2018, was there a search completed?
Yes.
And what was that search for?
Search for how long you can survive without water.
And you can actually see what was actually typed there in the bottom,
Yes.
in between those pluses.
Yes.
On August 9th, 2018, was there a search at 7:44 and 48 seconds?
Yes.
What was actually searched?
Search for what lost in extreme cold, no fire, which is best way to survive.
At 7:45 and 40 seconds on August 9th, 2018, was there a search?
Yes.
And what was the search?
Search for heat stroke symptoms.
Was there a visited site on that same date at 7:46 p.m.?
Yes.
And what was that visited site?
Heat stroke symptoms and treatment.
On that same date at 7:46 and 8 seconds, what was the visited site?
Heat stroke symptoms and treatment.
At 7:46, was there an additional visited site?
Yes.
And what was that site?
Heat exhaustion.
At 7:47:34 on that same date, August 9th, 2018, was there a search?
Yes.
And what was the search for?
Search for proper way to treat heat stroke.
Was there a visited site after that on the same date at 7:47 and 39 seconds?
Yes.
And what was that?
www.huntered.com, Indiana, study guide, heat exhaustion and heat stroke.
Was there a search completed at 7:49 and 2 seconds on that same date?
Yes.
And what was the search?
Search for what is the best way to stop severe bleeding, hunter safety.
On that same date at 7:49 and 23 seconds, what was the visited site?
Hunters Ed Week 2 flashcards.
On that same date at 7:50 and 17 seconds, what was searched?
Search for correct treatment for second and third degree burns.
Was there a visited site after that at 7:50 and 45 seconds?
Yes.
What was the visited site?
Burns, first aid burns.
Was there a search completed on that same date at 7:53 and 27 seconds?
Yes.
What was searched?
Search for what to do with large open chest wound.
Yeah, he had to take to
On
get his
that same
hunting
date at
license or
7:54:12,
something along those
was there
lines.
a
He did. He
visited
had to,
site?
he had to
Yes.
take
What
a
was the visited
study
site?
all this stuff.
www.gems.com,
Why this
articles,
is even important.
print, volume 38, issues-8, patient care, treating sucking chest wounds and other.
Right.
And was there a search completed
Yes.
on that
Yes,
same date at
yes, it was.
7:55 and 54 seconds?
Yes.
And what was that search for?
Search for skin,
I think
cold, clammy,
Tristan was.
pale, pulse rapid, shallow breathing.
And again, those were the words that were actually typed in.
Yes.
On November 6th, 2018, were there some searches that were just 4 days prior to Amy's murder?
Yes.
So dumb.
On November 6, 2018, was there a search completed at 1:45:57?
Yes.
And what was actually typed in and searched?
So that's 1:45 in the morning. Search for organs in the body.
Now, a moment ago, you talked about physically looking in this iPad, correct?
Yes.
And you indicated that when you went to Google and you pressed the search area of Google, drop-down menu came up,
Yes.
and you saw some of the prior history on that iPad.
Yes.
And
So this is the day of her procedure. So that is important to know because it comes up later on why these searches are happening around the day of her procedure.
is this the search that you indicated to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that you saw organs of the body?
Yes.
And it was from that same date.
Yes.
After that search, was there a visited site at 1:47 a.m. on November 6, 2018?
Yes.
And what was that visited site?
Organ anatomy.
Was there a visited site after that at 1:48 a.m. on that same date?
Yes.
And what was that visited site?
Body organs, maps, and diagrams.
I'm almost positive the test was one of the kids. I think it was Tristan. That's off memory, so it could be a different kid. But it was one of the kids had to take the hunter's safety course.
Deputy, is the Mullis farm located in Delaware County?
Yes.
Now, at some point, you are aware, and you, I believe, saw the rake that was recovered in this incident.
Yes.
Did you ever perform any type of DNA on that rake?
No.
Why not?
I actually inquired the DCI lab. That's the main lab that we use to test evidence. I inquired about touch DNA evidence. They had advised me that touch DNA evidence they no longer do because of its inconsistencies. And also about latent fingerprints. A type of instrument like that with the texture, there's obtaining latent fingerprints off of a device like that is not possible.
Additionally, did throughout the 3.5 month investigation, was Todd Mullis your main suspect?
Yes.
And did
Sleuthy, she says she'd been bleeding for essentially the month of 28 out of the 31 days of October. That's what she's telling her one friend. Amanda, this is the Todd Mullis trial. We're watching it. It's from back in 2019. They call him the corn rake killer. They say he killed his wife with a corn rake on their farm. And he was convicted and went to a post-conviction hearing recently.
you have information that Todd had touched the rake?
Yes, he told us that.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
A lot of the speculation back in the day was that it was the sheriff wanted an arrest. They wanted it to be a murder and they wanted an arrest. The prosecutor was friends with Amy. So, Joanna, yep, you're green now, baby.
And do some preliminary things, but I think considering time, I'd like to take a break because there's a lot of this stuff with
I knew you'd catch
I'd like
that,
to
Sleuthy.
focus on so I can be more effective in the cross-examination.
Yeah, that's fine. We can take our morning break at this point in time. Folks, we'll try to keep this to 10 or 15 minutes. Remember the admonition, report back to the jury room. Please be seated.
Well, let's not forget that her first affair, first affair we know of, was with one of the sheriff's deputies, Keith. No, Amanda, I think he's absolutely 100% innocent.
Mr. Firehelm, whenever you're ready, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Deputy, during your direct testimony, you indicated a couple different times, I think, that you said where the body was. This is where you were told the body was, right?
Yes.
And that was provided ultimately, or the source of that information would have come from probably Tristan, right?
Yes, Tristan told Deputy Luke Thompson, and then Deputy Luke Thompson told me.
All right. And your examination of the shed, we'll keep calling it that, consisted of a walk around, and then you went through and looked for places where someone might have fell and struck their head or left some blood or something like that. Is that how I understood you to say?
Yes.
And you didn't find anything like that?
I just found 2 drops of blood, and that was in the placement where Amy was said to be located.
If I could ask the state to please pull up Exhibit 111, the aerial. Can I go up there, Your Honor?
Yes, go right ahead.
I want to ask you about those cameras. There was a camera on this barn?
No,
Which one?
South Barn,
This one?
just to north of the loading chute.
In this area?
Yes,
And where was the other camera?
they were both on where your finger was.
Here?
Yep.
Just angled at different angles?
Yes.
And the recording equipment was over either in this area or in the main shop?
Yes.
And only one of the, well,
They would not state it in this trial. They would not name him. They just kept saying that she did have an affair with somebody that she met at work. And then the friend comes in and testifies and says that the person that she had met at work was somebody who would come in often. They won't tell you, but we do know who it was. But they won't say it here. I don't know if there was some type of pretrial motion that made it so they couldn't say it, but it's weird that they now, his coworkers are investigating her murder 5 years later.
let me check.
That's right, AG. That's right.
You said one of the cameras was pointed in the direction of the shed.
Yes, one of the cameras was pointed right at the red shed where Amy was found, the shed with a 1 on it.
And the other one was pointed where?
The other one was pointed, there's a semi in the yard, you can see that right there. The coverage, the video coverage of those 3 grain bins, right in between where number 12 is on the picture, and it covered a view of the yard. You could see the shop. I actually viewed a feed truck filling them grain bins. So those grain bins are actually to the south of where that office is in the North Hog building. So anybody that would come out.
And the camera that would show towards the shed, there was nothing on it.
No, we weren't able to obtain any video from that camera.
And the other direction, September 11th through October 29.
Yes.
And then there was some after November 10th.
The video resumed recording on November 11th, the day after the homicide, to November 15th. And then we seized the unit on the 16th.
But that's the one that wouldn't show the shed.
It would show the travel path to and from the red shed.
Sir, I'm going to apologize in advance if I butcher some of these terms because I'm not
Private
so
counsel.
educated about
He's
all this
hired.
technology. The exhibit 105, that was the long list of searches and visits that you just got done testifying about. Where did those searches, what device did those searches come from?
iPad,
All of them.
all of them, yes.
How do you know that?
Because I sent a search warrant to Google, and the indicator on that search warrant was his Todd Mullis 76@gmail.com. That is the indicator for that device, the account on that device. So when you receive the results back, you can see in the list of searches that's consistent with the search history because the device physically had organs of the body on it. The records that I received, organs of the body, is in the material. That's the only email account associated with that iPad. That's how I know that those searches are from that iPad, because you have to enter an indicator, if you would say that, of that Google account. That makes sense.
He's nervous. He's not right. He doesn't even know what
Did
YouTube
you
is.
also conduct what's known as a Celebrite exam of the iPad?
Yes.
And tell the jury, please, what a Celebrite exam is.
So a Cellbrite exam is I take the physical unit and I hook it to a machine and it extracts all of the physical data that's on the machine to like an external device so I can
This
view
guy
it.
should
And
not
it doesn't
be allowed
disrupt
to
any
do
of the
anything with electronics. Let me just
stuff that
say
is
that.
still stored on the machine, like contacts, phone calls, text messages, things of that nature.
Even deleted material,
Not always.
sometimes.
Sometimes.
Have you made a comparison between the Celebrite, and I think the term that a lot of people use is a Celebrite dump, where it sucks all that information out of a device? Have you made a comparison between the Celebrite dump on Todd's iPad and 105 to see if they're the same?
Ooh, great question.
I don't know if I physically did that or not.
Should have.
And if there's all these searches are not on that Celebrite dump, what would that tell us?
These are the Google searches from the iPad. The ones I obtained from Google with the authentication letter, these are the searches from the iPad.
Isn't it possible for someone to log in to someone's Todd Mullis 76 at gmail.com from another device?
Yes.
Yes, you can log into an email, any device. Sure, yes.
For instance, if my assistant down here, we each have a laptop in our office, and she came in and logged in, it would look like I was making a search, right?
I don't know if that would track your Google history. I think your Google history is machine specific.
But if you log in,
Okay. He just said that he got all of this based off of the Google, off of Todd's Gmail. That's how he knows that they were all from that. And now he's saying that it's, oh my gosh, that it's device specific, but he just said where he got it from. And then the defense attorney asked him a great question and is like, hey, did you compare it to the Celebrite report from the iPad? And he's like, no. Well, if it's device specific, why wouldn't you be using it from the Celebrite report? I'm not a tech person at all. Sending all my emails from Todd Mullis's iPad now.
right?
That's just your email. Yeah, that Google offers a service, which is email. You can
You should
have
not be doing
email, but as far as logging into somebody else's device and then showing that search history on that device, I don't believe that's possible.
Well, if I understand your testimony or what you're telling the jury here today is that all these searches were made by Todd Mullis off that iPad.
Yes.
And all of these you believe
I didn't know that.
either relate to combines and farming or to these suspicious searches about ancient history of cheating people and stuff like that.
Yes.
Okay. Moment you're on.
Right. I was like, I logged into my Gmail on my work computer. All my Google searches for my phone showed up. This guy's a douche nozzle. Somebody needs to ask, so what are your qualifications here? What type of training have you actually gone through? Because you sound like an idiot.
I'm going to go through 105 and pick out a few searches or visits. And I would ask the state to please pull up. I'm looking at July 19th, 2018, and the time shown is 2:49 and 18. Your Honor, may I approach while they're looking for that?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes.
On the page at the bottom, July 18th at 2:07. You see that one?
Yes.
Okay, go up from there about 11 lines. What's that search?
Is this July 19th, 2018 at 2:46 a.m.?
Yes.
Search for wedding rings for women.
What's the next one up?
www.rothjewelers.com.
Next one up.
Search for design a wedding ring.
At 2:51:34.
Who's getting married? Who's getting married? Todd getting married? You getting a new wedding ring? Oh, wait, no. She's the one who plans on getting married to Jerry.
Couple more up.
Search for design a wedding ring.
The next four on the above that.
Design.kdiamonds.com.
It's probably the best lawyering
Other
his
jewelry
defense
ones
lawyer's
in between.
done.
Yes.
If you go up to the top four, just tell us what those four are. On that page.
They look like bridal searches. www.chicboutiqueny.com.
So if I understand you correctly, all these searches are being done from Todd Mullis's iPad,
Yes.
and he's searching for wedding dresses and wedding rings.
There are searches that are in relation to his employment, to
No,
his
that's not
hobbies,
what we
to his
asked.
interests, and to
We didn't
items
ask
that
you
he
that.
physically owns. Yes.
I didn't ask you that.
Good job,
You're,
defense
you're
attorney.
telling the jury that Mr. Mullis is looking for wedding rings and designing diamonds and going to wedding boutiques.
He could be shopping for something of that such.
Or somebody else could be doing these searches, right?
It's possible, but not probable.
Off a different device.
You fucking
Amy
idiot.
Mullis.
Off of a different device? No. These searches are from the iPad.
So if we take a time out here and have you compare the Celebrite dump, we're going to find every one of these searches on that Celebrite dump.
As I explained before in my testimony, when you click on the Google browser, it's going to give you a short list of search
He's
items.
so dumb.
So 10, 12, 15. And they drop off after a while because the system does not store all those. I performed a search warrant through Google associated with Todd Mullis's email. I got a return back for all the Google searches that were performed on that machine. Now on that iPad,
No,
when you
it's
got
not
on
what
and
you
get into
got.
the Google search bar and you click on it, you can see your last 10 to 15 Google searches. I seen organs of the body.
He's
when I
so
received-
confident in his. That's not how it works.
My warrant back from Google, you can see on the 700 pages that I received back, organs of the body is in my list in my packet I received from Google. I also received
that
a
one was
letter
not on the
of
iPad.
authentication from Google with them records to indicate those are the searches from the iPad.
How many pages was the Celebrite dump?
No, sir. Google doesn't have anything to do with the iPad. Google has to do with Google. And he thinks he's so smart. Just stop. Just stop.
That went on a flash drive, so I didn't print that out, but it's on an external storage device.
But I don't think you answered my question. If we compare the Celebrite dump, which we have right here, with Exhibit 105, they should be the same.
It depends on if the Cellbrite dump, you would say, pulled the internet history. Sometimes Cellbrite dumps don't pull internet history. Like I had stated before, when you manually download a phone or a device using Cellbrite,
Sir,
it pulls contacts, text messages, phone calls.
Stop fucking talking. You're wrong.
Well, he didn't exactly answer it. I'm going to let counsel ask another question. You'll get a chance to redirect. Go ahead.
Let me check for a few more here. Just a second.
I thought you were saying that he thought he stepped on a bee. I was like, we're going back to Amber
On
Heard. It would be
July
perfect for
15th,
him.
2018, this would be at the very top of the, well, not, it's one line down from the top of the page.
Nobody can take this guy's testimony seriously. He's an idiot.
Find that?
Yes.
What's that a search for?
Search for Zales.com.
Oh, more wedding.
Sales is a diamond place, isn't it?
Yes.
Next one down.
That was a search for www.pinterest.com.
What's Pinterest?
I have to ask my wife. I don't use Pinterest, I guess.
Okay. But you're saying Mr. Mullis
Why-
did off his
why-
iPad.
Why wouldn't you use it? It's just a girl thing? Is it a girl thing? Oh wait, no, it's Todd must have done it on his iPad. He's no trooper Paul, but he's a dummy. He's close. They might be related. I'll have to do a family tree.
The records show that the iPad searched that. Yes.
Then you talked about.
Well, you testified that if the search is done on the iPad and the iPad is Todd's, then Todd did the search. That was your testimony, sir.
Some there below there about swimming and floating and so forth. Below that, July 9th, 1750-54.
Good job, Amy Lou. Yeah. Maybe they should have him do that. They need a demonstrative.
What's
He
that
needs
one?
to just do it.
This was a search for Lady Antebellum. We owned the night.
Oh, Todd likes Lady Antebellum.
Singing group, right?
Country, yes.
Further down, there's Carrie Underwood.
Oh, and Carrie Underwood. Get it, Todd.
Yes. Also a country artist.
No, it's not directly from the iPad. It's from the Google warrant. Yes, and he's making it sound like I know. It's so I looked for jury interviews, and I couldn't find any juror interviews for this case. I don't remember ever seeing one, and so I looked to see if there was any that popped up. I looked at on Google, but I was logged in under Todd Mullis at Gmail, so I don't know if it'll show up on my history or not. But just saying.
Do you see any in here for
I know.
the American Inn in Newton, Iowa?
So dumb.
Yes.
Did you coincide that with any of the investigation as to Amy Mullis's travels during the summer of 2018?
I'd have to look back to compare dates.
Do you know if Mr. Mullis ever went to the American Inn in Newton, Iowa?
I do not know that.
The dumb thing here too is they actually have the warrants. They took all the electronics. The search warrant for the house took all the devices, so they would actually be able to sit there and go through and say, okay, this Celebrite report, this matches this, this matches this, this matches this. Googling country songs and wearing sweatpants. You're going to prison.
And we can, well, one of these that you testified about going back to January 21st of 18 at 3:35.
Did it all for the nook.
What was the date again?
January 21 at 3:35:24. What's that one?
This is a search for how to do a DNA test without the father knowing.
Dangerous question, I suppose. But why would Todd Mullis do a search like that
I don't know.
unless someone else did? Is it possible someone else did?
It's possible, but it's not probable.
I want to talk to you about some of the times that you've given. What's UTC mean on this printout?
Central Standard Time.
If the internet tells you you're wrong, would you disagree?
Can you ask that again? I guess I've never had the internet tell me I'm wrong.
This is so bad. Hold on, I'm gonna rewind that.
I want to talk to you about some of the times that you've given. What's UTC mean on
Here we
this
go.
printout?
Central Standard Time.
How did I forget that part? That is so good. At this point, just move to strike his testimony. He's an idiot. This is so bad. So I'm not gonna do it again. Hold on.
I don't know.
Unless someone else did.
Oh my god, this is too
Is
good.
it possible someone else did?
It's possible, but it's not probable.
Oh, I went too far. Shit, sorry. This is so good. He's so confident.
I want to talk to you about some of the times that you've given. What's UTC mean on this printout?
Central Standard Time.
Oh my god. Where in UTC do you get Central Standard Time? What? This is so bad.
If the internet tells you you're wrong, would you disagree?
Can you ask that again? I guess I've never had.
If the internet tells you you're wrong, this is so fucking good. I can't with the UTC. What does UTC stand for on this report? He's like Central Standard Time.
Had the internet tell me I'm wrong.
Well, the internet right now, sir, is telling you you are wrong. Dumb.
Have you ever researched that UTC is the successor to Greenwich Meridian Time, GMT?
He's like, what's that?
Okay. I've never searched that. No.
And that to obtain the time in the different time zones that in the central United States during daylight savings time, you would subtract 5 hours to get the correct time.
Okay.
So these times you're saying 2:30 in the morning, 3:30 in the morning. If you subtract 5 hours, it's being done in the evening.
Shit. The prosecutor's objecting.
Do you understand this UTC concept?
No.
So if you don't understand it, then could your times be off?
I went by the times on displayed on the search history.
The UTC time, as it's shown on there.
Yes.
Okay.
So shiny, so fucked up. Every family function. They're like, yo, Trav, what's UTC?
Let me ask you. You went through and talked about searches or visits that
No, Lucy, he never
seem
did.
to talk about cheating and infidelity and ancient history dealing with issues like that and so forth. And I think you worked up and then it switched off to some searches about Jerry Frazier. Does that kind of track with the flow of your questions and answers?
Yes.
And that Frazier searches, I believe, were happening in mid to late July.
May.
I'd have to check the date, but yes, the searches were
No,
completed.
August.
In your review of 105 and the whole body of searches, were there similar types of searches about infidelity and cheating and so forth that were occurring, let's say, after the end of July?
He's still employed because he testifies at the post-conviction relief hearing in his uniform. Here he's wearing a suit, but in the new hearing, he's wearing his uniform.
I believe there's some in August. I'd have to look. I'd have to read through all these again, but I know within what we have, there are searches related to that.
And then the one you found particularly interesting was on November 6th, I think, the one about body organs.
Yes.
And was there anything unique about that day as it relates to this case in terms of Amy Mullis, Todd Mullis? And
It's 4 days before the homicide.
did you also learn it was also a day that she had a medical procedure done?
It could have been.
So if someone's going to have a medical procedure done, they might search a medical's website or whatever you want to call it. Possible?
Yeah, it's possible. Yeah.
You went through a grouping that seemed to deal with hunter safety. Remember that?
Yes.
I guess, do you believe that for Todd Mullis being what appears to be a very active hunter, fisherman, that kind of thing, would those be unusual?
As it relates to being a hunter,
Right.
I just know there's searches of hunter
Hunter
education
safety, yes.
within the searches. I mean, that's not unusual for a hunter, I guess.
I'm just asking the ones that you talked about, whether or not those were suspicious searches or why they're being emphasized.
We just created a cluster of the searches that we felt should be displayed that are relevant and with the whole picture of things.
But you didn't talk about the fact that there was Google searches of wedding dresses and designing wedding rings. So you picked your narrative, buddy. You picked your narrative, and now you look like a fucking idiot because you're an idiot.
Do you know if any of the Mullis children were involved in any hunter safety courses or anything like that?
I don't.
All right, I think that's all I have for now, sir. Thanks.
Redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Deputy, just so that we're clear for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you physically looked at this iPad, correct?
Yes.
And based on your understanding of what Cellbrite is or what you indicated, it is whatever is on the device at
No.
that time.
Yes. Basically, what you're doing is your cell phone or your iPad, you're transferring whatever is on that machine physically onto an external device so you can view it.
Is that sometimes commonly known as a dump, a cell phone or iPad
Yes.
dump?
Yes.
And as the defense attorney asked you, sometimes deleted material is on there
Sometimes there is,
and sometimes there isn't.
and sometimes there isn't.
And
And sometimes you have internet history transfer over, and sometimes you don't.
the internet history that you received connected to this Gmail account spanned approximately, was it almost 18 months or around that amount of time?
The results I got back from Google?
Yes.
Yes, from 2017 to the present.
And you
Date.
actually
That's
executed a search warrant for the specific account of toddmullis76@gmail.com.
Yes,
And for searches related to that Gmail account and that Google account also, correct?
yes, yes,
And Todd Mullis has a flip phone, correct?
correct. And
And-
that does not have internet.
You learned that Amy Mullis had a phone
Yes,
and that she had a specific Gmail account.
she did.
And that
Yes,
was mullisrn@gmail.com.
yes,
And you also executed a search warrant for that Gmail account and those searches as well.
yes,
And you were able in your investigation, analyze the data that you received.
yes.
Now, counsel asked you a lot about searches about bridal, I think it was a bridal place and wedding rings, you recall those?
Yes,
And there are some searches on the records that you talked about that do have some of those things, correct?
yes,
None of those are directly before or directly after the cluster of searches that we highlighted to the jury.
No.
And he also asked you about UTC time, correct?
yes,
The thing that was most significant about the searches was the item searched, correct?
yes, content.
And then also what was searched in succession.
Yes. Before and after, yes.
Now, Amy Mullis in your investigation was an RN nurse, correct?
Correct, yes,
And you learned that she had a simple procedure on November 6, 2018.
yes,
And that was nothing to do with her organs,
correct, yes.
nothing further.
Any
Yes.
recross?
it's such a doofus.
If Amy had the password to the iPad, could she then go in and do searches on the Mullis account?
Yeah, if you have a password to an iPad, you can go in and do searches on the machine, sure.
And that would show up on 105 then?
Yeah, whatever searches are done on that machine, yeah, yes.
And did you determine whether or not Amy had that password to the iPad?
I don't know if she had it or not.
What you just said, I think I understood you, is if she had it, she could get on the iPad and do searches.
Objection asked and answered.
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Yes, if you have a password to a device, yeah, you can get on and do a search.
She said she had surgery on no organs. This is so dumb. There's no organs during that surgery. Just a simple procedure with no organs.
Kind of like my example of Christy getting on my laptop at work.
Objection, cumulative judge, and he's already answered the question.
She is on
Allow it.
fire
Go
now.
ahead.
She's like, oh shit,
Please,
he knows something
Yes,
we
but-
don't.
If Christy got on my laptop at the office, she could do searches and it would come up on my search history,
yes, if she got on your laptop, she could search the internet on your laptop.
knowing my password to get in.
Yeah, yes.
That's all I have.
Thank you, sir. You can step down.
All right, it's going to go to the next one. I don't remember who the next one is.
Please be seated.
Ooh, this is Turbot. This is Turbot's. Oh, his is really freaking long. Shit. Let me see what else we've got. I think Turbot might be. I think Turbot's the end of the state. Shoot. I don't know if we're going to be able to do the whole thing. Do you guys want to? I'll leave it up to you guys. Do you want to start Turbot and finish it tomorrow, or do you want to just wait till tomorrow to watch it? Or we can. You want to do part of it now? No, it can't be. It can't be because she just had a minor procedure, Sleuthy. She just had a minor procedure that didn't involve her organs. So nobody touched her skin. So, yeah, she did not correct his UTC, or she essentially tried to say that the times didn't actually matter. The times didn't matter. Just what was searched. Yes, keep going. Okay. Start so we stay away from Delphi. Correct, Indiana girl. Somebody type in chat that was correct. She is correct. Correctamundo. Okay, we'll start it, and then we'll finish it tomorrow. And then we get into the defense case, which is only a couple of witnesses, and then Todd. So.
Right up this way, please.
All right, we'll do about another
Do you
half
swear
hour.
and affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth,
Yeah,
the whole
Harvey,
truth,
yeah.
and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat. State your name and spell it, please.
John Turbot. That's Jon. Last name is Turbot. Turbett.
Go ahead, counsel.
Sir, what area did you grow up in?
Actually, was born and raised in Cedar Rapids, and I've lived in Dubuque for about the last 20 years.
Did you graduate from high school?
Yes, I did.
Where did you graduate from high school?
Kennedy High School.
Did you receive any additional schooling after that?
Yes, I have a 4-year degree, a Bachelor of Arts in Political Science, and a law degree from the University of Iowa College of Law.
And what is your current occupation?
I've been employed by the Iowa Department of Public Safety for 19 years, specifically their Iowa's Division of Criminal Investigation, sometimes called the DCI.
Can you just explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the DCI is?
So I'm employed as a special agent, a certified police officer. Probably easier to explain that as a plainclothes police detective during my career. And I'm actually inside of the DCI assigned to a smaller unit that's referred to as the Major Crime Unit.
Brianna, no, yours is an extra limb that only the women have. I could say that the secondhand D, some men think is their extra limb that only they have. I think everybody should know that you're being sarcastic, CH. I hope so. How long has he been in jail? Since January? Was it January or February of 2019? I think it was. I want to say it was like the end of January, but don't quote me on that. It's right there, January, February 2019. He was arrested. That's how long he's been in jail.
You indicated that your title is special agent.
Yes.
And what kind of cases do you work on?
So as the title of our unit is the Major Case Unit, we really work any kind of state law violations, but a lot of those tend to be what would be deemed major cases. So a lot of those are felonies. We also are involved in most of the officer-involved shootings in the state of Iowa, as well as public corruption cases.
What are some of your duties being a special agent for the DCI?
So we're what's called a rural assistance agency. So we're basically on 24/7 call out, and local police departments, sheriff's offices, other state agencies or federal agencies can call, and we would send our special agents to assist with criminal investigation in really all kinds of matters. But I work quite a bit of homicide, sex abuse, child abduction, those kinds of things.
Now, Agent, did you become involved in the murder investigation of Amy Mullis?
Yes, I did.
How did you become involved in that?
So I had some information, very little on the day of that. I believe my immediate supervisor, special agent in charge, Mike Craffle with the DCI, had said that he'd had some conversation with the Delaware County Sheriff's Office about the death of Amy Mullis. At that time, my understanding was local law enforcement had said that it had been reported by the defendant as being a fall or an accidental death. My supervisor had talked to the Delaware County Sheriff's Office and consulted with them a little bit on what they should do that day. And then an autopsy was scheduled as is normal for that Monday, 2 days later.
What day did you become involved in this investigation?
I was called by Delaware County Sheriff's investigator Travis Heemseth right after the autopsy on that Monday, November 12th, 2018.
And you learned information based on the autopsy.
Yes.
What involvement did you have at that point?
So at that point, the Delaware County Sheriff's Office officially requested DCI assistance. I was assigned to be the primary point of contact for the DCI to work with local law enforcement and provide any investigative assistance that was needed.
And just briefly describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, when you're conducting an investigation such as this, what are some of the duties or jobs that you do in this type of investigation?
So we would work with our local partners and in law enforcement, and we would help them manage the case, identify what leads need to be followed. We would bring in whatever personnel was needed in addition to myself to help follow those leads. And that would involve things like processing the crime scene. And certainly one of the things we do a lot of is interviewing or interrogating.
Shortly after you were involved in this investigation, did you learn information that Amy Mullis was having an affair?
Yes.
And based on that information, what did you do?
So that was learned, I had heard that almost immediately. And so the day after I became involved and started to work with the Delaware County Sheriff's Office that Monday, Tuesday, I actually went out and began to conduct interviews immediately. Some of those with friends, those closest to Amy, and then also the person that I was becoming aware she was in a current affair with.
And would that be Jerry Frazier?
Yes.
Did you actually have a conversation with Jerry Frazier?
How did he learn that right away, I wonder? Like, how did he, I mean, he's like, I essentially learned that like right away, like right when I joined. Like, I wonder how he learned that right away.
Yes, on November 14th, so just 2 days after the autopsy, I actually located Jerry Frazier and interviewed him.
And approximately how long did that interview take place?
I believe that was about an hour and a half.
And what was the nature of your conversation with Jerry Frazier?
So I met Jerry. He sat in the next to me in my unmarked police vehicle, and we talked for an hour and a half. And he very quickly disclosed, he was forthcoming about the extent of his relationship with Amy, that he was involved in a romantic and sexual relationship with her since May of 2018. And in fact, that they were still romantically and sexually involved up until the point of her murder.
And did Jerry give you any information or any additional information, I'll say?
So after we covered the background of his relationship with Amy and the details of that and how they communicated and some of those things, he provided me his cell phone number, his Gmail account, because he told me they had in fact communicated by way of Gmail as opposed to text messaging at some point in their relationship. And then I asked him to provide an account for his whereabouts on Saturday, November 10th, the day of Amy's murder, and also who else would be able to corroborate or validate his whereabouts on Saturday.
And did you then speak with additional people after talking with Jerry?
Yes, I took those names and followed up and spoke to those individuals as well.
And who were those individuals?
His college-age son and his wife.
And what were you able to confirm on that from that date, from the date of, November 10th, 2018?
So both individuals corroborated exactly what Jerry had told me about his whereabouts on Saturday. In fact, his college-age son had excellent recall. He didn't normally come home on weekends. His dad had asked him back to complete a specific project that Saturday morning. And so they had gotten up and spent all Saturday morning doing work, and then they watched college football. And he actually had really good recall about all the games. And so he went through that day that he spent with his dad, as well as the fact that the mother, Jerry's wife, Christy, had actually called. She was running, helping on a volunteer team all day with a volunteer benefit event for someone in their community. A young man had passed. And Christy had been spending all day at the community center. She actually had called Jerry and their college-age son and asked them to pick a few items up and bring them over to her in the afternoon. And so she and the son both confirmed Jerry's whereabouts and that he was with the son all day.
And at that point, was Jerry Frazier a person of interest?
He was.
He was initially, correct?
Initially. And then after those interviews, and then from my conversations with him and the others, we sought a search warrant. A judge authorized search warrants both for his cell phone records, his cell phone activity, as well as his Gmail records, because we knew that was a primary means for him to communicate with Amy. So we gathered all of that data. That took some time and looked at that. And then he no longer was a person of interest after all of this investigative effort.
And were you able to confirm that Jerry was in the Anamosa area from 10:40 till that afternoon?
Yes, part of the analysis of those cell phone records allows us to see which cell phone towers, just like your cell phone or mine, where his call activity was at on Saturday. And we could see that Jerry Frazier's cell phone had cell phone activity around 10:45, 11:45, 12:45, all of that down in Anamosa, a good 45 minutes or so away from the murder scene.
That's true, because remember, they testified that and said that his wife thought that Todd was crazy. So he'd probably have to be like, so when that guy called you and said something about that affair, so it was kind of true. I'd meet her on the side of the road and we'd do it, and then I lied to you, and now I have to testify because now she's dead. That had to be a very awkward conversation.
Scene. So that went right over the time frame of the homicide.
And you indicated that you were able to talk to Jerry's wife, Christy Frazier.
Yes, I spoke to Christy.
Was she ever a suspect?
No.
He has come forward and said, since he's now old enough to talk, he has stated, well, I mean, I can't say I didn't hear him state it, but he has purportedly stated that his dad was not away from him long enough to kill his mom. That there's no way that his dad could have done it, and that's why he is adamant that his dad is innocent.
Why not?
Christy's whereabouts, again, were accounted for. She provided that she was working on with this charity event all day long with other members of the community. The son also understood. His mother said that's where she was at. Jerry understood that as well. So there was no concern about that.
As part of your investigation, did you conduct an interview of the defendant, Todd Mullis?
Yes.
And was that on November 16th, 2018?
Yes, that was the first time that I spoke to the defendant.
And where did that interview take place?
I invited him to come to the Delaware County Sheriff's Office in Manchester to talk to me.
Was anybody else present for that conversation?
Initially, the sheriff, John LeClaire, made some introductions that would be pretty normal. He had some familiarity with the defendant. I did not. So the sheriff made some introduction and then politely stepped out of the room after several minutes. And then it was just the defendant and I for about the next 2.5 hours or so.
Approximately how long did that conversation last?
The two of us talked for about 2.5 hours before we moved on to some other things.
And was that interview both video and audio recorded?
Yes, the Delaware County Sheriff's Office has an interview room that video and audio records for us.
And Agent, can you just explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, how did that interview start and what was the first portion of that video?
So as with every interview we conduct with victims, witnesses, and suspects, there's quite a bit of background conversation. So I asked Todd about his upbringing and where he's lived. We talk about his parents, his two brothers, talk about how he met and married Amy, go through some things, their children, and also his work and some of those things.
And did you then, after that portion, did you ask the defendant specifically about Saturday, November 10th, 2018?
Yes. I did. We actually talked about his marriage, and then we actually do. I asked him if we can talk specifically and in great detail about Saturday, November 10th.
And what does the defendant indicate to you at that time?
About Saturday?
Yes.
So he goes through his, I asked him to spare no detail. No detail's too small. I'd love to hear everything. And he walks me through his day Saturday.
And if you can give a summary of what the defendant indicated.
He said that morning that he had gotten up, he and his teenage son, Tristan, he has two other small children, Wyatt and Taylor, but he and Tristan actually go off the farm, I believe over to his brother's place. They're contemplating doing some field work that day, but it's too cold. And he tells his brother that they're not in fact going to do field work and that they've decided to go back to their home, their farm, and they're going to work in the hog building and they're going to hang heaters that day since it's too cold to actually do field work. So they return to their home that morning. I believe he says that's about 8:30. They actually go in the house. They have a little bit of breakfast, a piece of toast and some water, and they're talking. Amy is up and working on a puzzle, and so he tells me about that. And then the plan is for all three of them to go out into the hog building and work together, which they then do through that morning. He says during the course of that time of work, he's quick to point out to me on a couple of two instances. He says in particular, he looks over, he's watching her and she's kind of busy. And he says he's concerned and she's really not doing any good. And he tells her, why don't you just go into the house? And so before he tells her to go in the house, he says, why don't you stop and pick up a pet carrier, which is over in this red shed. And so he said, just stop over there, grab that, set it down over here on the other side of the drive, the parking lot, and then go to the house. And so he says that's his understanding as to what she did. Sometime later, I believe he tells me about maybe 20, 30, 45 minutes later, I think he puts on the high side, he happens to look out and notice that the pet carrier he's asked her to go and get and set over by the other building is not there. So he sends Tristan over to the red building to see what's going on with his mother and why that didn't get accomplished. He says Tristan then sounds the alarm and says something's wrong. And Todd goes over and finds Amy face down in kind of a crouched position with a corn rake in her back. And he says that he tries to, pick her up and move her. He can't because the corn rake is hitting things. So he puts his hands on the corn rake, manipulates the corn rake, pulls it free, throws it to the side, and then is able to take her and put her into his vehicle with Tristan opening the door, and they begin to head towards the hospital and call 911.
And he actually demonstrates for you the way in which he found Amy when he was called over to the red chat.
That's correct.
Now, before you gave us that summary, you indicated that at some point you asked the defendant how his relationship was with Amy.
Yes.
And what did he initially indicate to you?
Told me his marriage was great. It was very good. They had good communication. He talks about it, them being very open. He uses the word open or openness very much. He describes himself as being very loving and kind and comforting with Amy. And he says, like any marriage, when something comes up, he's able to bring that to her, or she's able to bring things to him, but that they have a very healthy marriage.
Did you then ask him if there's ever been any problems or any affairs in their marriage?
Yes.
And what did the defendant indicate to you?
So the defendant does tell me that about 5 years prior, Amy had been involved in an affair. And we talk about that, and then he tells me that he has to confront Amy about that affair, and we go through the details of that. And then I said, "Did you have to confront her about any other such things?" And he says, "No."
After you asked the defendant that, what did you say?
So knowing at this point in the investigation already, I've already talked to Amy's friends that are aware of the now current affair with Jerry Frazier. I've actually met with Jerry Frazier at length, and he's provided all of the detail and has told me that Todd had confronted he and Amy and Jerry's wife. Todd is not providing that to me. So I try to prompt that again. I try and take a different angle. So my next immediate topic is, "Hey, do you know Jerry Frazier? Tell me about your relationship with Jerry." And then
At that point, does the defendant tell you anything about suspecting a relationship between Amy and Jerry Frazier?
no, at this point, he tells me that the relationship he has with Jerry is business, that Jerry works for JBS and is subcontracted basically to come in and provide these hogs and take care of them. And so I do ask him, well, can you describe Amy's relationship with Jerry? Again, trying to provide another opportunity for him to disclose this current affair. And again, he just tells me that, well, Amy also has some business interaction with him because she works on the farm with me.
What did you do then in the interview?
So at that point, with him still not having disclosed the second affair, despite my best efforts to give him opportunity to do so, I actually take a break and offer to go get him a glass of water. So I step out of the room for about 3 minutes and get myself a glass of water, and I bring the defendant a glass of water and set that down for him.
And when you come back in, is that when the defendant then, what does he say then to you?
So at this point, apparently having thought about this for 3 minutes or so in silence, he decides at that point, he said, actually, there is something I need to tell you. I did have concerns about Amy and Jerry.
And
telling him it's just rumors, and he's contacted Jerry. Jerry says it's not true. He's contacted Jerry's wife. Jerry's wife says it's not true. And then he even calls Jerry back to apologize for accusing him of having an affair with his wife. There is no second affair for Todd to tell him about.
Agent, you've recently watched your 2.5-hour video of the interaction or the interview that you had with the defendant on that date.
Yes, I have.
And were you able to make a clip that indicates the part that you just summarized for us?
Yes.
Your Honor, Your Honor, I'll mark this as State's Exhibit number 113. Agent, prior to testifying, did you provide me with a clip of what you just summarized?
Yes, there were 2 clips provided on the thumb drive to you.
And the first clip on that thumb drive, is that a true and accurate copy of the actual recording or the interview that you conducted with Todd Mullis on November 16, 2018?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that State's Exhibit number 113 be admitted into evidence.
Any objection?
Your Honor, the state may be aware of this morning. I don't have any objection, but I guess since it's going to be a snippet or a clip from sections, it may lead to playing the whole thing. But this will be our first opportunity to see it, but at this point, I don't object.
Okay, we'll keep the door open to the defense playing other portions of that recording if necessary, but 113 is admitted into evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I publish it to the jury?
Yes.
Just a moment, Judge. I just want to make sure.
I don't think it really, I think he kind of describe you and Amy's relationship. How would you describe it after that, let's say the last 5 years? How would you describe your marriage to me? Very young, actually. Yeah, communication was great. We were together all the time, you know, and we, it was good. It was right until the end. Well, other than this last
The audio is terrible, number one. Number two, I think what he's saying that he hasn't watched is this cut version to know what they're playing. He's watched the entire thing, which is 2.5 hours long, but they're not playing the entire thing. So he hasn't watched what pieces they crop together. So he wants to reserve his right to be able to play other parts if they don't play them and he thinks they're necessary. So I think that's what he meant by that. I don't even know. Can you guys even understand this? Is this something to even be watching? Because I don't know how. It's hard for me to hear it on my end. I mean, I don't know.
Dealing with her female problems, she was going up and down, and she'd be upset, and I would try and comfort her, and try and get her, she had trouble sleeping because of that. But, yeah, between us, it was good. Yeah. Between us, it was good. Last 5 years, was there, would you classify your marriage one where there was lots of arguing?
I'll turn on that closed caption.
No, they argue, didn't fight? Oh, okay. Were the words you used to talk to her? Were you a loving husband? Would you say you were kind to your wife? I mean, yeah, always love you. Or, yeah, they look great. Yeah. So after that, you said you made some commitment to one another and did the counseling and did that. Any other problems in that area? Was there ever any other problems? I mean, there was always she was very open, and she knew that I always told her that, I gotta be able to, trust her, and never feel that. But it was good, She was going, hey, I'm just wrong with, she was open, she was real open. Yeah, which you have to be,
Like not even picking half of
and I felt good about that, yeah.
He said something about her not feeling well and that she was up and down and that she had this procedure and he tried to comfort her. She wasn't sleeping well. This whole part right here, I have no idea what the hell Todd just said.
Were you, okay. Were you, suspicious of her after this first deal, or were you willing to... No, I mean, it was the whole thing, it was like, I guess it was if I had a question or I didn't feel right, I was saying, and then she's like, no big deal. Let's just say I was uncomfortable. Or she was uncomfortable with me. And, Louise just, just talking up. Yeah, let's get across from each other and try and, that's right.
he said they had kind of like open communication. If he was uncomfortable with something, he would just talk about it, and that she was the same way. Which, I mean, they could still have good communication. I mean, she's over here like, I'm just going to tell Todd that it's all a rumor. And so he's like, see if she comes to me about stuff. I don't know.
Do you ever have to confront her again with her in those situations? Okay. Well, no. Okay. So come Saturday, other than she was just working through some issues with her bleeding and some of the, she did say she was, I think I'm bleeding again, and now she said, I think I'm bleeding a little bit. Was that on Saturday? No, not Saturday, but I don't know. I mean, she just, I had asked her every day, you know, bleeding a little bit. And then, you know, I think bleeding a little bit. Yeah, whatever. Yeah. So you said things were good, marriage was good leading up to this, other than she's just working through some issues and you're being sensitive as a husband to help her. Well, yeah, you're kind of watching out for her, you know. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
It's so loud and scratchy. It is. No.
You have a guy who helps coordinate the hogs out there, isn't there?
There's a guy who helps coordinate the
Jerry.
hogs.
Okay,
Jerry.
tell me about Jerry and the relationship there that you have with him. Okay, tell me about that. He's our field manager. Okay. And, well, it's just, he's around, he comes around, he's got questions, yeah, whatever, you know. How long have you known Jerry? Since I started with the hogs. Yeah, how long's that been? 2012.
That's how long
built
you've known
that first
Jerry.
one. That's when that relationship with Jerry started. I think he was the right way. Okay. And how does that work? So he's not employed by you, or is he? Oh, yes. Okay. It's on Cargill with no. Cargill on a cigarette? No, it was Cargill.
Talking about Jerry and who he's employed with and how that contract works.
Person they switched it. Yeah. Okay. And how's that working? Because you're not paying him directly. You pay JBS for a service, or how's that all as far as how JBS, how's it work? So you own the hog. Yep. Now tell me, how's JBS get involved? How's this happen? Just explain it to me. Spaces from you. Okay. And what's Jerry's role in this? He's an employee of JBS.
I don't really care about Jerry
They
being
call him
employed.
field manager. Yep. And what's he do? It's on pigs. Turkey, shit around.
I'm gonna click on the pig.
Okay. Is that a weekly thing? Monthly thing? It could be a weekly thing. It could be.
How often does Jerry come? Could be weekly. Just depends on what time of year it is.
Right. So pigs are newer.
Okay.
Maybe being more attentive, or he's out there more when you got. Well, when you get pigs in, you might
Hi, Paul. Turbit is such an idiot. It's hard to watch him. I think every person who listens to this investigation says the same thing. Let the man speak. I don't know if I think Hemsworth is worse. That guy's a freaking idiot. I don't know how these cops are so bad.
more often. Yeah, makes sense. You know, yeah. You should run more meds or less or, yeah.
I'm talking about what Jerry does in his house.
Yeah. Okay. And your relationship with Jerry, was that strictly a business relationship? Did you guys become friends or anything like that? You know, it was good. We had, one time he gave us tickets to Monticello Fair. Oh, yeah.
Where's your tickets to the fair?
Jones County Fair. They put on, that's a big county fair.
Oh, that's a big county fair.
Okay. What about you? Did she have a relationship with Jerry, or how did that go with
We
that?
didn't have a relationship with Jerry.
I relied on her to do a lot of the interactions. Mm-hmm. And it's just like the
normal guy coming around.
You know, Jerry, and it's one that order. Okay. You know, I didn't know she did. Okay. And that was her. She had some of the business interchange with Jerry. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Okay. Okay.
Amy had business dealings with Jerry.
Okay.
This audio is so bad.
Anything else that we didn't talk about that you think would be important for me to know?
See, at this point, Turbot actually knows that she's having the affair. So, and he still doesn't tell Todd. Like, nobody in the world ever wants to tell Todd that his wife is cheating on him. I don't get it. Like, tell him. Somebody tell the dude.
You mentioned your relationship with your boy at the start. I thought it was pretty cool. You said, you know, he's 13 now. Did he spend a lot of time with you, with Dad? With me? Yeah. Yeah. He's in school, obviously. Yeah, he's in school, and then after school, is he working with you after school? Once in a while. Yeah, I mean, if I'm close. Yeah. Before I'm under the no, he gets up and goes to school. Yeah, but after school, sometimes when you're close by or when you're around, yeah, weekends.
What does this have to do with anything?
Okay, what's going on? We're close. Yeah, you're close. He look up
Close
to
to
you.
your son.
I think so. Yeah, I think he's my buddy. Yeah.
He's my buddy.
Yeah, you bet. Good deal.
Good deal. Okay, great. Good combo.
Are you good? Can I grab you a drink of water real quick? I just want to check on one thing. You good? Hang tight for a second. Sure. Yep. Can I get you a drink of water? See if I can grab one for you. I can do it if you want. Okay. I'll be right back.
So mind you guys, this is the 16th. She died on the 10th. Are they gonna like show us him just sitting there?
Yeah, that was one conversation that I did have with him.
There's a conversation that I did have with him.
I said, I just don't want you to. I think I have with Amy. Don't text. You know, after a while you're watching her, it's like, I just, to feel comfortable, I said, just don't text so much to her.
Had a conversation with Jerry about how often he was texting Amy, and he said he told Jerry that like, just don't text her so much, like, I'm not comfortable with it. This is when we know now that they ended up switching to email.
Or was it with Amy? I was confused. Actually, both of them. With both. I just said, hey, if you need something, the thing I had with Jerry is that if you could just ask me, instead of always texting me. Okay.
Yeah, if it's all about work stuff, man, you text me.
You know, it was, I guess, it was just making me feel uncomfortable. Kind of like I said, we were open. Yeah, and I just said, I said, just, if it's okay, I just said, don't. If you need something, just have him text me, because I just, you don't want to laugh, and it's just like, well, maybe I had a little suspicion, but it was just, whatever, you know, I just wanted to feel comfortable. Yeah.
He had suspicion, but it was
simple.
He just didn't want to text him so much. It was simple.
You know, Jerry was real comfortable with it. Yeah, when was that?
And Jerry was comfortable with him.
Jesus was here. I'm guessing. Was that face to face or? No. That's just a phone call. I'd say, you know, I mean, it's just.
I'm trying to relay the best I can of what the conversation is.
Conversation with him. What made you? I just had a bad. No. I don't remember what it was. I think I seen her phone and there was a lot of text there. Okay. And I just said, well, don't be.
Paul, this is just a clip from trial. They didn't release it with like a FOIA request. I know you've requested a ton of shit, so they didn't release the 2.5 hour interrogation with like a FOIA request. Yeah, this is just from the trial. We're just doing his when Turbitt's on the stand. That's why the audio shit.
It does not make me feel comfortable. Yeah. You know, and when you say that, well, when you're not comfortable, are you thinking back to 5 years prior? Yeah, it just says, I'm not accusing nobody of nothing. Just, you know, just inside where you... Yeah, I just kind of had a bad feeling, and then I just said, hey, and then I just called him and said, hey, just if you could just come to me. Oh, that's problem, no problem. And then you had a conversation with Amy, same time frame. And how'd that go? Tell me about that. What was that conversation? It was kind of awkward at first, and then it was just... That was face to face. It was face to face. I don't remember. No, it's probably. But it was a tough conversation, though, right? Like you said, it was awkward. Actually,
It was an awkward conversation that he had with Jerry. He wasn't comfortable with him texting his wife so much, and said, if you've got work stuff, just call me. Just you don't need to be talking to her so much. Like, it's weird.
Yeah, and you're having flashbacks to, yeah, so tell me about that conversation. What did she say about it? She just said, well, what do you mean? And I said, well, I said, come on here, you know, it's just this uncomfortable feeling.
Uncomfortable.
You know? Yeah. And she goes, oh, okay. What do you think I'm doing something? And I go, I'm not accusing you of nothing. I said, just...
This is the conversation he's now having with Amy, where he's saying, hey, this is making me uncomfortable. And she's like, why do you think I'm doing something? And he says, I'm not accusing you of anything.
Or I did. I just told her that she was... Okay, well, if that makes me feel more comfortable, then... I think she kind of didn't understand at first. She goes, well, I got to talk to him. I said, well, that's fine. I don't care if you overfeed, but just don't make it about pigs or something like that, because he should show pigs and all that. Just kind of keep it professional, you know? Yeah. So you wanted to talk about the pigs with him, or? No, the pig pigs, but he had show pigs and whatever, you know? And were they talking about show pigs? Well, it was that time of year, they were showing pigs. Yeah, who showed it? Did he show pigs? Or did he show pigs?
She told him they were talking about show pigs, and he thought, well, yeah, they probably are. It's that time of year. But Turbitt's like, what, did you want to talk to him about pigs? Like, you wanted to, what? Are you jealous because you wanted to be the one to talk to him about the pigs?
And we're talking about Taylor showing the pigs and all that. Like,
Taylor showing the
and
pigs.
we're starting to have conversations about showing pigs. So things other than the hog barns. Yeah, and I said it was minor. Just said I wasn't comfortable with it. It was getting friendlier than you wanted. Yeah, at that point. Well, I thought. Yeah.
His little piggy went,
Jerry
all the way home.
He said with Amy? He said he denied it. Yeah, he denied it. He just said, hey, there's nothing wrong. No relationship, no sex.
Jerry said there's nothing going on.
Did she deny it? She denied it. Well, she just said, it's, you know, no, there's no sex. Just, did you believe
Jerry
her?
said there's no sex.
Yeah, I did. We were both open about it. Yeah, and that was it. After he said no and she said no. And I just said, I don't care if you need to contact her. Just keep it with the bars. Just keep it with the bars. I said that, and then I don't care. I said, just don't do it so often, you know. If it's a, you know, whatever. And these two conversations, one with Jerry, one thing they happened in about June of this year. I think it was, yeah. Pretty close to that. And after the two conversations, do you put this to rest then? Have you had any follow-up conversations? I've never had any, no. And just talked to him the other day? And no further conversation with Amy? No. Okay. And in your mind, was it put to rest? Actually, it was. I felt you were done. There's no... I let it go. I mean, they both, it was kind of a, you know, as long as we're straight with each other and honest, and then, he, you know, he calls me, whatever, it was just no comment, it was nothing, that was it. It was just that one Dr. Jim, that was it. Okay, tell me.
Agent, a minute ago, I asked you, before we looked at that clip, I asked you about whether or not you asked Todd to summarize what happened on Saturday, November 10th, 2018. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And at any point, no one else was on the farm that day.
Yes, I did.
And what was Todd's response?
He told me no one was on the farm that day except him, Tristan, Amy, and the two smaller children in the house.
And did you go further and ask Todd if he has any workers or anybody else that generally works at their farm?
Yes, I tried to clarify if there was the possibility of any working men or hired hands or anyone that would also be on the property for some reason.
And what was Todd's response to that?
He said there was no one else on the property that day.
Now, Agent, as part of your involvement in this case, did you learn about the results of the medical examiner's report
Yes,
or conclusions?
yes.
And how did you learn about that?
I'm provided a copy of the autopsy report when it's finalized. As part of the investigative team, I also had the opportunity to have some conversation with the state medical examiner that conducted the autopsy, Dr. Cruz.
And when you spoke to Todd on November 16th, 2018, were you aware of the fact that this was considered a homicide?
Yes, I had been told at that point that the medical examiner believed this was now a homicide.
And at that point, was the medical examiner's report released yet?
No, that was completely inside of the closed circles of the investigative and prosecutive team.
So the public had not heard yet that this was deemed a homicide?
No, it was still being considered an accidental fall to the public.
During your conversation with Todd on November 16th, 2018, did you tell the defendant that Amy's death was a homicide?
Yes, I did.
And what was the defendant's reaction when you told him that?
No time after I tell him that, does he deny and say, no, I did not kill my wife. In fact, as I proceed for the next 35 plus minutes to tell him the evidence is very clear. In fact, it is a homicide and you killed Amy. The most I get from him, it's a very flat emotional affect. He says, how? And he says, well, what evidence do you have? And you tell me what the police know, but never, no, I didn't kill my wife.
Did Todd ever react to the fact that you just told him his wife was killed on his property by somebody?
No.
And did he ever in that 35 minutes deny killing Amy?
No. And at no other time did he.
Did he ever at that point tell you that there was somebody else on the farm?
No, he did not tell me to look for anyone else that killed her.
Did he give you any ideas of any suspects or anybody with any motive to kill Amy?
No.
And did he tell you at any point that he heard anybody else come onto his farm that day?
No, he did not.
And how would you describe Todd's reaction when you, for 35 minutes, confronted him with the fact that his wife was killed?
Well, I've done this dozens and dozens of times over the course of my career, and this is a very unemotional, very flat. He just sits there. Like I said, a few statements about what evidence I actually have, but no denial. And then he just sits and listens very contemplatively. He looks at me, looks off in the distance. Sometimes he looks down as he's considering everything that I say. As I continue to tell him, the evidence at this point is overwhelming. This is in fact a homicide. You did kill Amy. He just sits there.
Judge, can we approach?
Yes. Okay, folks, it's just about noon. The prosecution intends to show another clip from that video, and that clip's going to be a little bit longer than the first one. And over the lunch hour, we're going to work on getting better audio so that you can hear it better. So we're going to take our lunch break at this time.
Okay.
Remember the admonition I gave you before. We will.
They're going to take a lunch break. I'm going to end it for today. We'll pick up here tomorrow when we come back for part 4, which I think we should be able to wrap up tomorrow, the actual trial. I think we should be able to. We'll see. We'll see, though. Maybe he thought you were out of your fucking mind. He's like, what? How? What evidence do you have that says that? That's just no, like, like you don't have, what do you have that's trying that you're saying that? So, all right, we'll be back. We'll do part 4 tomorrow. I don't know if I'll do a live tonight. I don't know. I don't know if I'm doing a live tonight. Maybe. I'll keep you posted. But other than that, I know I will be back in the morning, and I think we can finish part 4 tomorrow. So we'll be done with the whole trial, and then we can go into there's just a little bit on the appeals, and it's not very much. And then there's the big chunk, which is weird, is there's more testimony for the post-conviction relief than there is for trial. So I will be back same time tomorrow. Go enjoy the rest of your Thursday. I may do something tonight. I just don't want to promise and then not show up. So I will see you guys at least on the YouTube streets or on the Facebook chats. And enjoy the rest of your Thursday. Have a good one.
Do you dare to follow me down? Head into the unknown. Down the rabbit hole. Where it stops, no one knows. We're going Do you dare to follow me down? Head into the unknown.